semi-live. How's it going, everybody? We got Boydoy in chat, bright and early, on time, punctual. This man is a professional stream watcher. I guess I probably gotta mute that channel so there's no music overlap. I'm excited for today. I have been putting off this piece, this conversation, what's about to follow, for a literal calendar month. I approached a buddy of mine. I've played against this guy on stream practically every single week. His tag is JEC. He's really fucking good at the game. And every time he kicks the shit out of me, I'm just like, why does it feel like you're kicking the shit out of me, but I can't kick the shit out of you? And that usually does end up happening. And his response is like, well, I've got a good game plan against Falco. And he says that with his mouth flapped, and it goes into my ears. And I internalize literally none of it. I don't know what a game plan is. Like, I understand what matchup knowledge is, you know. I understand that Fox at low percents loves getting up throw up smash as a means of building percent super early. And so, like, don't just throw out really crappy stuff and get up throw up smashed. I get several things beaten out of me. My determination, my happiness, my dreams for the future, several down feathers. And, so, like, I understand what a character wants to go for, right? I understand that Falco wants to shoot a bunch of lasers and shine and then pillar combo and knock you off stage and then do crazy dare stuff, right? But I feel like a game plan is something that's separate or higher up conceptually than that. That, like, you can understand what a character does and what they go for, but, like, I feel like a game plan starts to outline your core strategy. You get the stuff here? Boy, for sure. I get the absolute tar beaten out of me by this guy. So a game plan seems to be, like, on a higher level conceptually than just matchup knowledge. And I can apply matchup knowledge to the game. But when somebody says, like, yeah, I've got a good game plan against Falco, and, like, they're clearly beating me consistently, right? Like, there's something about their game plan that's working, that whatever it is that I've got is not working. And I can tell myself, like, yeah, Arcanus, you just need to get a game plan. You just need to get a game plan, Arcanus. I would love to know what exactly that is, how to apply it, when I should be thinking about it. And frankly, this may be another mental breakthrough for me. Like, I've got these blocks that I have kind of been fighting against, pushing myself up against many times over the past few years of what's correct, what's objective, what's optimal versus what I want for myself. And a lot of the times there are things that I want for myself or subjective judgments of what's optimal that I make that disqualify me from doing things better than what I should. Like, for a long time, I still struggle to implement this into my kit, is shine grabbing as Falco, which I don't know how much you know about melee, Boydoy. The game plan would just Be counter as much as you can. Falco, unfortunately, doesn't have a counter. Marth has a counter, and it's quite terrible in the in this video game. A game plan, as we're gonna find out in the near future, is a lot more about behavioral habits, situational awareness. Yeah, so on the previous point, like, shine grabbing is amazing in Melee. It's, you know, practically unblockable. I don't know, like, if I'm fast enough. Stream starting soon. I know that stream is starting soon, 22K. I'm right here talking to you. Redeemed drink. Oh gosh, I don't have a drink on me. I have some cold ice, some cold. It's like now iced coffee. It was originally hot coffee. Yeah, I know there's no video, but I was just kind of letting people trickle in. But now that it is 7 p.m. Ban an in-game action. Ban video. Why have you done this? What am I supposed to... ASMR... I am absolutely vetoing that one, okay? Because you have banned an in-game action, and a webcam is not an in-game action. Return your damn point. I don't even know how to fucking do that. Activity feed. I don't know if I can do that. Can somebody do that? Can we do that? Are we allowed to do that? I see this in the run the point shit usually. I can't do it to myself. Seems like this was an elaborate ploy for you to get mod in my channel, Kurt. And in order for you to do that, I need to see your name in chat on a non-Monday stream. I need to see support for the whole stream, not just for the Melee shows, you know? Hella vibe. Won't happen if you ain't on cam. Listen, I am on camera on many of the other shows. And if I'm not on camera, there's a good chance that I am on microphone. Hey, what do you know? Socket has a weekly Wednesday slot that she hasn't missed. Like, okay, she missed last week, but she has COVID. So, that's a very legitimate excuse. Except, not. You're a live streamer, okay? There's no excuse. You're not supposed to take days off. You're supposed to be miserable 365 days of the year. And then after 3,650 days, then we'll pay you money, you know? COVID is good content. What if somebody did that? Like 2,000 channel points, backseat gaming, cough into the mic. And then they like redeemed that like 3 times. What do we do? What? What's the response? Backseat gaming? Oh! No! You know... Okay, now that you just wait for the blood to flush from my face, now that I've turned myself into an Oompa Loompa. So I have a brief diatribe about coughing on command, okay? In video games, coughing or like in voice acting in general, right? Like either you're watching some anime, you're, you know, playing a video game, you're consuming some sort of media where you're not viewing the actor on stage. You look like a Smurf if your head was Papa Smurf's hat. I'm banning you from chat. I'm getting you out of here. Okay? I put forth the effort to show you, to give you my Shine t-shirt. I am thematic right now, and this is how you repay me. But back to my story. You're playing a video game, you're doing whatever. And somebody has to cough. Somebody's like, oh, are you feeling sick? No, I'm fine. It's just a little cough, right? They literally, like, they're leading up to a voice actor who's about to cough. They're gonna cough, okay? And what comes out of the speakers? What comes from that character's mouth is the shittiest, most terrible, most fucking awful cough I have ever heard in my life. You know, there will be ladies in those anime mango shows out there. It's like sick anime teenager is like apparently a character archetype of its own. Like you just get to like pop one of those in any kind of show. It's just like, yeah, my whole personality type is that I'm sick and I only appear once every 4 or 5 episodes, and then I just act like a weak little shitling, and then I go back to the hospital with my Japanese socialized medicine, and it costs me $3 and a school lunch. And so they're just like, oh, are you feeling okay, Hatsune? And she's just like, oh, it's okay, I should go to the hospital. Like, excuse me, all right? This is pathetic, all right? You, as a dude, okay, I have yearly cough practice, all right? You go to the doctor, this man touches you where you're not usually touched by a paid professional, and he's like, all right, cough for me. And you belt that shit out. You're like, you know, I want to go home. I want to go home, right? You force that shit out, right? And I swear, how is coughing so hard? Are you so afraid that your cough is gonna like damage your vocal cords? It's just like, no, like fucking belt it out. You know? Yeah. These kawaii anime girls haven't smoked weed, and it fucking shows, Audrey. Okay? Actually, I'm gonna switch over to this other server since it's a melee stream. Live on Twitch. There we go. Should still be showing up in the overlay. You right? Oh yeah, look at that. But I slid down a little bit. Isn't that fancy? Look at that. That's crazy. Oh my god, there he is, right back up there again. Good luck finding weed in Japan. Ain't that true? But like, take a big drag off of a cigarette, you know? Like, have some perspective. You can get cigarettes fucking from a vending machine in Japan, I bet. You can get dinner in a vending machine, man. Asia, like, I don't know how much this extends to the rest of Asia, but Japan's fucking vending machine game is another level. It's just ridiculous. You can get anything from a vending machine. Bye-bye. So, returning to my very original point. JC and we've been talking, and every time he slaps the shit out of me, every time we do some friendlies, and it's Falco Sheik, and I'm like, yes, I will try to take one, open parentheses, one, close parentheses, one game in our entire session, and oftentimes fail to do even that. And I'm just sitting there like, how the fuck am I supposed to do better at this? How the fuck is this supposed to swing in my favor over time? And he keeps hitting me with this same fucking bullshit response of just like, oh, just got a good game plan. Yeah, I feel like I've got a really good game plan against Falco. And what is that? What does that mean? Dude, what does that mean? The fuck is that? Because it's not, he doesn't say, oh, I feel like I really understand the Falco matchup. No, he says, I feel like I have a good game plan against Falco. And so, like, I avoided VOD review. I avoided looking back at previous matches for the purposes of learning and identifying your mistakes. I didn't do that for a very long time because I didn't know how. Right? You can look back on your old footage and be like, yeah, that's a mistake, and yeah, that's a mistake, and yeah, that's a mistake, and yeah, that's a mistake. And then the next day, you're gonna make all of those mistakes again. And you can keep going back to the VODs over and over and over and over again and be like, yeah, that's a mistake, and that's a mistake, and that's a mistake, and that's a mistake. And until you, like, I felt like until I had some sort of framework, some sort of qualitative way of analyzing my mistakes, then I was never going to be able to learn from it. And that's where my, like, 8 frameworks of Melee, or the 4 states of Melee comes, where it's like, either there is neutral, either you're approaching the opponent or you're responding to something that the opponent is doing. In advantage state, either you have the advantage state on your opponent or you're in disadvantage. Your opponent has advantage state on you. Edge guarding, either you are the one edge guarding your opponent or you are the person trying to get back to stage. And then combos, which is similar to advantage state, but it's more in like terms of like actual true combos of putting strings together. Either you're the one that's making the combo video or you're showing up on somebody's Twitter feed, you know? And having those 8 different segments of the game applied to watching your VODs back, be like, okay, this is a ledge guard situation, and in this situation, when your opponent is at this position, you know, I did this option 3 times, and they just smacked the shit out of me 3 times, you know? Whereas, I feel like without that framework, I would just watch myself back, be like, yeah, that's a shitty recovery. Yeah, that's a shitty recovery again. Yeah, that's a really shitty recovery, you know, and then my brain might tell me, like, okay, well, that's just a shitty recovery, don't do that recovery, when that's never the answer. And it's so hard to get good feedback in Melee because, like, in a fighting game, like in Street Fighter, you can run into the same, I'm not gonna say that the FGC is different, right? Because, like, you can, in RPS, right, if you rock, paper, scissors, 8 people, and you open with paper, and you lose 6 times, you, based off of the data there, you can say, it is a terrible idea to open with paper, when that is mathematically not true, right? Like, based off of the way that rock, paper, scissors goes, it's not a bad decision to open with paper. And if there are more, it's a very boiled down example, but like in Melee, there's so much more of the surrounding context that you need to know to understand why leading with paper was a bad thing. So if I could watch back my VOD and be like, that's a shitty recovery, that's a shitty recovery, that's a shitty recovery, my brain's like, okay, I'm just not going to do that recovery. That's like saying, okay, I'm just not going to lead with paper because it mathematically hasn't worked out for me. But then the next day, you're going to lead with scissors and you could lose, you know, 4 times there, win 4 times, right? You could lose all 8 times opening with scissors, because the only people who open with scissors are filthy anime watchers, okay? You open with rock, like a real man, and if that doesn't work, you punch them in the face. So the same kind of concept applies to game plans, you know? Like, if my opponent is beating me, I just start physically assaulting them. And then I feel like that I am the victor in that scenario. So when somebody says they have a game plan, I want to know every aspect of what that is. And JEC is going to be coming by hopefully soon. He said he was going to be getting out of work relatively soon, right around this time. And I want to have that conversation. I want to understand exactly what he means. Inside, outside, top, bottom, front, and back. I want to understand every pixel of what he means when he says he has a game plan. I want to know what that game plan is. I want to know what he's doing, how he implements that game plan, how he's reminded of the different aspects of the game plan, how that game plan is developed and matured, right? Because he's clearly got a good one. He kicks the shit out of me. He cleans my clock when we play. And although I definitely have been picking up Falcon over the past month, and I'm probably going to continue to play Falcon, it's still like the absolute vast majority of my knowledge in Melee comes from Falco. So we're going to be talking a lot about Sheik Falco today. And I'm really hoping that I learn something. I'm hoping that the information that I get today is going to help me start to conjure up a game plan or start to understand how to translate my matchup knowledge into a game plan. There he is, the man of the hour. Hi, Jay.
Hopefully I don't disappoint.
Well, I was talking on stream. I don't know if you tuned in, probably not. But basically, like, whenever we play, you beat the tar out of me. And then I'm like, hey, why are you beating the tar out of me? And you usually have this homogenous response that's just like, yeah, I have a really good game plan against Falco. And I'm not roasting you for that, right? It's like something you consistently point back to such an extent that it's like, you don't say, I understand the Falco matchup well. I understand what Falco wants. You say, I have a good game plan for Falco, which leads me to believe that those are separate things.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I've just thought a lot about the matchup, and I've had a decent amount of experience now. 1 second.
I'm never inviting this guy to the stream again. Disgusting, pathetic.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I played against a lot of Falcos, I guess. At this point, I've had like sessions with you, Nictavius, its dad. And so I feel like you all play kind of differently, so I just have had quite a bit of experience with different ways of playing Falco. And it's kind of interesting because I always thought New England was like super Sheik heavy, but multiple people now have been like, yeah, I never get Sheik practice. This is nice. I'm like, what?
Sheiks are a newer thing in New England, as far as I can see. I guess Sheik heavy would just be that Bonfire 10 is like one of our best players. But like, I've definitely felt that New England was much more like spacey and fast faller heavy.
Well,
although frankly, like, if anything, I applaud, and my experience is very insular because I was just going to the WPI weeklies, which were like a very specific microcosm of the local scene. But I tell my friends, like, I even counted it out. The WPI weekly tournament series had unironic mains of 19 out of 26 on the cast. There were, every week, there were people that consistently went these characters. It wasn't like, oh, somebody's got a funny, like, pocket DK, right? That they sandbag and bracket. No, there was somebody with the tag Dong Master who showed up to bracket every week and played DK. That was what he did.
Goddamn.
Right? And so, like, I've always praised my upbringing in Melee as, like, having had such a beautiful sample size. Like, I know the Yoshi matchup. I have years of experience fighting Yoshi. What regions have that? What regions have, like, not just one, we have, like, 2 slamming Yoshis in our region. We have the second best, if not, I want to say Curb might still be better, but, like, we have one of the best not Dr. Mario's, Mr. Game & Watches in the world.
I mean, we also really good Dr. Mario. So that's also true.
Exactly, right? Like, I misspoke, and you're like, nah, you're right.
You're still right. Yeah. How do you want to do this? Do you want to just load up the game? I feel like it's easier to explain when I have characters in front of me.
For sure. Yeah, it's not going to be that much of an issue. I was thinking, like, maybe we could switch over to the traversal server. That way we could set up, like, an infinite timed match to just go over whatever. But, like, at most, we'd have to just LRA start once every 8 minutes, and that's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
So we gotta restart the whole tech stack because my input overlay is very feature rich and responsive and stable and never messes up.
So I have a question for you while I'm waiting.
I have an answer for you. It may be a shitty answer, but I have one.
When you think of a game plan, like, what does that mean?
I was telling the stream I have no fucking idea what that means.
Not at all.
First time paragraph from Nictavius. Hold on. Thought about what you said before. I think what you said about RPS is true about Melee in the sense that you can never truly know how to open. However, I think part of having a plan is to know which moves can beat what moves to expect at what spacings, or what characters are likely to do when they are at the ledge, etc. Just knowledge of character habits and how to address them, if I were to generalize it, I guess. So that was Nictavius putting that in chat. Does that sound like a description of matchup or a description of a game plan?
I feel like that's a game plan. I feel like the matchup is how 2 characters stack up. So when I think of a matchup, I think if you have 2 people of equal skill playing the matchup, what is the percent that one player will win versus the other?
So a matchup is just strictly a number to you. It's just the head-to-head.
Yeah, so like, theoretically, if someone tells me that Marth Fox is 60-40, in my mind, I hear that if the 2 players are perfectly equal in skill, the Marth should win 60% of the time, and the Fox should win 40%. Like, that's what I hear in my brain.
But what about Bowser though?
It's all 50-50, you know?
Easily.
It's all 50-50.
Sheik Bowser is probably...
What a first time chat.
I won't say 100-0. I'll say 99.90 though. Or 99.9.1. That was hard to say.
So... to me, like, a matchup is also contains...
I want to start on BF.
That's fine. Like, how do I do, like, how I understand a matchup? Like, I guess I started more competitively on the Smash 4 side, right? When there were so many different character matchups, and it's not just about the head-to-head, it's about, like, what is this character specifically going to be doing that is effective against your character? So, like the Sheik Bowser matchup, right? Like, Sheik's tilts. What does Bowser do against that? Ever. At all. Right?
Bowser loses.
Bowser just loses, right?
No, it's... I'll be in touch. Jason, do you think it's the worst matchup in Melee?
Yo, thank you for the follow. Bash my dot file.
It actually might be, now that I played it, because I'm honestly pretty sure that it's Loadspiller who I played at 1-Up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident he's a more skilled player than I am.
Oh, definitely.
And it was that bad. So I'm pretty confident it's 0-100. Like if we're equal in skill,
I think it's the worst matchup in Melee. That's all I want to ask. I think it literally is.
Boy, Super, don't worry about it. You can chat as much as you like.
The punish is just so brutal. Yeah.
Melee is very intimidating to feel like you can meaningfully engage in, but even if you say something wrong or like feel like you don't know what to say or what to do, like we're more than likely to voluntarily give you way more information than you need. We're a very explanation-heavy community. We love telling people about things. So
I guess maybe to back up a bit. So when I think of a matchup to me is how two characters stack up against each other when people are equal skill. And the game plan is just basically how you get to the W. Like how do you what's sort of your plan to get to the win, and it's gonna vary from position on stage and like character percents. So
right,
if the game just started and like we're standing here at 0-0, like what's your thought?
TYRF, thank you for the follow. Sorry to interrupt. I have a job to do. At this, like my dumbass brain is like, ah, like,
yeah, don't. Okay,
so you could jump, run, kill, fly, laser, shoot.
So if I'm at 0, true. So if I'm at 0, you can shuffle dare, you could shuffle nair, you could laser. Do you laser forward or laser in place? What, like, you could do either. Like, what's the benefit of... So, for example, if you were to laser forward, what does that beat of my options?
Very little. You have that stupid F tilt out way faster than my laser.
That's fair. If I time it correctly, I would probably snipe you a little bit. Okay. What else does it lose to? You had to guess.
Laser dash back.
That's fair. Take laser and I dash back. We're kind of in the same spot, so if you like go to where you would be if you lasered, and then I dash back, we're kind of in the same spot. Like if you get, kind of. So we're like here.
Yeah.
But I'm in the corner, so that's favorable. Okay, so let's call that a dub. I'm gonna push you back now. Okay. What else does it beat, or at least give you advantage if you jump forward laser? Or sorry, what does it lose to? Sorry, what does it lose to? There's one more thing that I'm thinking of.
Sit there and hold down. Just do nothing and hold down.
That's not what I thought of, but that is true. I could duck under the laser. Or I could just crouch cancel the laser.
All right,
if you also shoot the laser low, I could short hop over it and fair. So that's something. I could shield it, which theoretically could be fine, but I don't really want to be in shield, and you could laser and then shine. You could laser like back up and I whiff a shield grab. Probably not the best spot decision for me to shield even if I block the laser. I could also nair to shield or just nair. It's frame 6.
Oh,
so it's
the ironic coughing has me unironically coughing. How dare you people. All right, I got one thing from Nictavius. A plan could also be something you notice about how a player likes to act in certain key moments. Falco, for example, if they SDI hard when you dare them or not. The plan would be versus this person, I know they love to SDI my moves a lot, so I should not be trying to go for shine after the dare 100% of the time. Okay, so like that's literally something that I have in my book against barbecue, right?
I mean, you can react to that, right? Can't Falco react to the dare being SDI?
Kinda. If you're like, if I dare, if I'm going for a pillar, like I'm specifically going for like almost like a muscle memory series of timings and fast falls and everything. So you'll probably be able to like SDI up double jump. And it's like, at that point, I wave shine and like try to chase after you. At the very least, right? Like, you're still slightly disadvantaged because I'm beneath you. But like, to make a point about what you were just talking about is just like, in this situation, what do you do? Bro, my brain is full of so many different things that I could do that it's hard to like list them all or like have a plan for every single one of them, you know? It's like,
I mean, that's it's just like a roadmap. Like I'm not actively like doing calculations in my brain while I'm playing. Like,
right, so,
of,
but like,
everything
I'll flip the question
I just
on you.
recognize situations.
Right, rather than interrogate or interview me on my understanding of a game plan, I want to get how you think about it, right? In this situation, what are you gonna do? What are you thinking about? Are you thinking about like 3 or so different options that like, I'm gonna try this option, that doesn't work, I'm gonna try that option, that doesn't work, I'm gonna try this option as the last thing? Are you thinking very on your toes, whereas like I'm going to wait until they do something, and as soon as they do something, that narrows down my list of appropriate actions from 37 to 6?
Sure, so I guess if you're there, and I'm playing Arc, I'm thinking, okay, Arc likes to go in, he's going to short hop.
Yes, I do.
Attack me. He's going to short hop, he's going to do some kind of short hop attack. So what can I do from this position to beat short hop attack? I can stuff you with Nair. That's one thing. Not good at 0, because you don't get knocked over. I'm just going to get punished, so not a good idea. I could backflip fair, like this. Get the spacing so that you'll land right in front of me. And I messed it up, but you get the idea.
Yep.
So I could do that. If you do a high dare, I could just shield it and shield grab you, because you like to high dare, or do high attacks a lot.
Don't attack me like that! That's mean!
I mean, you do. I mean,
I have been struggling with
the terrible.
I know.
Terrible.
And that's like one of the reasons why I want to learn Falcon even more, is like there's just shit that Spaceys don't have to care about until we're starting to push these levels, until you're starting to like really try to get into top 8 at your locals. And then it's like there's so many different things that like I don't want to say it's like that. No, it's a bad comparison, but it's like there are so many things that I've just been carried up to this level with, and now like I'm starting to have these like in-depth conversations about things, and people will say like, "Oh yeah, I just like JC like ASDI down, and then JC grab on reaction," and I'm like, "Wait, you're doing? Excuse me? You're doing all what? People do that?" Yeah, dude, I've been doing that all the time, right? It's just like, that's one example, but it's like all of these different aspects of, you know, somebody will occasionally just like say on the side, like, oh yeah, you should think about doing this option. I'm like, that's lame. I don't wanna. And then you just like, you tighten up your laser game. You work on your punishes. You work on better ledge movement and edge guarding, and you're still getting benefits despite completely ignoring that one thing, right? Like, I'm 6 years into Melee, and I am still learning to JC grab. It is just in the past month that I have realized how important JC grabbing is. Up until that point, I did 100% dash grabs and standing grabs. Which is, like, dumb. I should have been JC grabbing a long time ago.
I mean, it just like depends on the character in the matchup. Like if you reload, I picked up these times.
I want someone to really study and break down what being lame means. What is the essence of lame?
Lame is subjective.
Lame is subjective. I believe that lame is a defense mechanism. Lame is anything that your opponent does that you don't like,
or that you lose to. I guess is more accurate to assault, right?
There are lame things that you know how to beat. I don't know. I wonder if framing, if your mental framing of things changes when it's just like, you know, the Falcon or the Sheik doing just down throw tech chasing. You know, are there people that like you can tighten up your tech mix-up game, and you start to like ASDI or like SDI the miss tech jabs and start to get reversals. Thinking to yourself, I could be lame or I could be sick, and you lose patience and go more aggressive. I recently, in the past like year or so, I have abandoned sick and lame as terms that you can use to describe any gameplay. I think it's better to just completely remove them from the equation. If anything, I'll say something is sick, but I am like making a conscious effort to never say that something is lame ever again. Because like the second that your brain says lame, it kind of, in my opinion, it puts it into this mental space where you don't want to figure it out. You just want to be angry at it. And that stunts your growth.
I think that's fair.
Likewise, like
just label anything you lose to as lame, and you only lost because it's lame.
Mm-hmm.
Your opponent is lame, and so if you just don't play a lame opponent, you'll have fun again.
And like hell, I thought that shine grabbing was lame. You know, kind of is, but it's also sick as fuck when I shine grab you 5 times in a row because you're stuck in shield. You know.
Fair enough.
So it took me, like, again, I'm still struggling to implement shine grabs into my gameplay because for years I'm like, that's what lame Falcos do. Even to this day, I, like, don't laser camp much. I will, like, maybe spend a minute or 2 and, like, shoot 7 or 8 lasers in a row, but then you can, like, any person who's played me on a regular basis can just be like, he's not gonna keep this up. He's not. He's just not. Just hang back and wait for me to press W again. Because I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, something that I wanted to add to what you were saying before, too, was that you were saying that, you know, or JC said that Ark likes to move in. He likes to attack, which makes sense. You agreed with him. But it's important to know that you play with a select group of people that understand that you like to move in and attack. So that gives you the best opportunity to try something else. You have the largest amount of conditioning in that aspect where you can play that same way and you could try something else like one of your stocks. And people are like, I don't know what he's doing. You might not be good at what you try, but that's the only way to get better is to start somewhere. But the people that you play with consistently that think that you only move in, that's the best time that you could try other options. Trying to go back into like where you were going to jump in laser and there was so much that you could do from it. You could jump in laser, take hit, and you could just dash back away and then play a different type of game from that. And they're going to be waiting for the jump laser forward again because they thought you were going to move it forward. And it just causes a whole different like time path or like path of the match that's going to happen.
Dad Master, that your last message is basically straight out of the inner game of tennis. That like the concept of the two selves, there is the participant and there is the spectator. Neither of these two parties are capable of are allowed to think subjectively. You cannot apply subjective thought to when you're playing because even if you think that was awesome, that was good, that was like cool, you can't think that either. You have to push those thoughts out of the way because you're going to start to feel yourself a little too much, and then all of a sudden overconfidence is starting to lose you stuff. And I have that problem so many times. I am so bad at clutching out games, especially in like these friendlies with like these guys. If I'm like up 3 stocks to 1 against JC or Ian, like they're gonna beat me because I'm like, yes, I'm finally gonna win a game. I'm finally gonna take a friendly, and like I can't think that. Because then all of a sudden my options are going to become very homogenous. I'm going to start to... Wow, 22K. I'm personally incensed by that.
So if I may refocus us a bit, and like
yeah,
from 0. So you asked me what my game plan was. So I say a lot, like, I feel like you have to start with punish game. Like, when you learn the game, that's just my opinion. Just because neutral is way too complex when you first start. And so how, at 0, at sort of this position, you just stay there for a sec. Stay there for a sec.
Slippery.
Can I kill you at 0?
Yes.
No, not directly. Not directly. So if I hit you with a fair, if I hit you with a smash, I have to get a combo. So I have to combo you to the kill percent. You're at 0. So what can Sheik do to get the combo? What's the best combo she can get? At 0, that's a tech chase.
Yeah.
So
down throw.
In the absolute best ideal scenario, I'm going to get a grab. So from this distance, how do I get a grab? Well, if you do something coming in, like
I just got one. That's it. Conversation over.
if you do a shuffle dare nair forward and I dash back, I can dash back. If I actually do it, dash back, grab. So that's easy. That's an easy way to get a grab. If I can actually JC grab. There you go. So that's one way. If you come in with the laser, that's a little rough. Maybe I could do short hop fair, maybe. And I can get like a pseudo combo where like fair to grab isn't a true combo. You can like buffer defensive options out of it, but a lot of Falcos get caught off guard, so maybe that can work. I could also do maybe a bear to grab.
That's some
also
shit
not a
I
true combo
hate.
at all,
It's like
but...
Marth, F throw at 0. Oh god, I hate that shit so much.
So those are ways I can get grabs. I could get an up tilt into grab. That can be really hard for Falco to get out of. You can crouch cancel it, but the window is super tight, so I can just do like that. So that's good. That's a good way to get a grab. So ideally, that's what I want. Falco's going to be playing in a way that stops me from being able to get grab, and we're just also going to assume that you're a good enough player that it's unlikely I'll be able to just like charge up and boost grab, but I could just straight up grab as well. It's a little risky. So those are sort of my options there. If I can't get a grab, what's sort of the next best thing? What's sort of my goal? My goal is to get you above knockdown %, which on Falco I've already figured out is 25% or higher. It depends on the move, and that's without crouch cancel. So, for example, if I hit you with 2 aerial,
can you tell which one of us has ADHD, by the way?
You're already above that threshold, and so that's another thing. If you come in with aerial, maybe I just want to hit a fair, there's one, and then if I grab you, you're already above that threshold. Maybe I just want to keep spacing bears, and if I get a couple really strong bears, you're already above that %, and so I'm in a good spot. So usually those are the 2 things I think of, is how to get a grab, and otherwise how to get you above knockdown. And so usually grab can be dash back, grab can be like an aerial into grab. I like throwing out hitboxes and being a little more aggro with controlling my space, so that's what I'll do. You can also do needles to grab because you can't crouch cancel it. So
do you
I'm trying
literally
to space you out with aerials.
Yeah, so sorry to interrupt, but like, do you literally think of it as a prioritized list? Like, in your brain, at the top of the list is grab, and then second on the list is stray hits to 25%, and then on the third, like the third option on the list is like something else, right? Like, do you strictly adhere to that as best as you can?
I kind of just figure it out in the moment based on the spacing. I don't know how to describe it. I kind of know, like, if I'm at this %, depending on who I'm playing, if I know you're gonna shuffle aerial, I'm pretty confident I can get a grab just by doing it. If I'm not sure what you're gonna do, I'll probably opt for like. So I guess maybe it comes down to risk versus reward. In this spot, like the risk for me trying to get a grab is somewhat high from like this spacing. Wait. Stop moving. From this spacing, the risk to getting a grab is kind of high because the best thing I can hope for is you come in and I get a dash grab. I can't hit you with a tilt and get a grab. Not really. I can maybe space an aerial and get a grab. So I kind of just have to hope that you come in. So this is probably not the best spacing. If I'm like right here, I'm not that worried because I can scrap and I can get an up tilt to grab. So it's not as bad. So it kind of depends on the spacing and the risk reward of it. If I'm on a platform, we don't have platforms. So if I was on a platform, I'm going to prioritize the aerial thing because there's no way you're going to do a high enough aerial for me to shield grab you on a platform or something like that. I'm going to try to hit you with an aerial and prioritize that. So it depends on the spacing, but I just do that. So now you're above knockdown %. Okay, so what has changed? So now, if I hit you with a dash attack or an F tilt, you're going to get knocked over and I can tech chase you. So now I just had 2 more options open up to me in neutral that are beneficial. So if you come back to this sort of spacing. So now if you come in with an aerial and I F tilt, suddenly I can get a combo off of it, which is huge. So that's a big difference between Falco being at 30 versus Falco being at 0. So when I see you at this %, I know, okay, I can start spamming tilts on you and knock you over. So that's sort of like how your game plan like changes over time. Or actually, come like to the Pokeball side. So here's a situation where like you're at 0, I can get the grab, or I can hit aerials. Am I really gonna try to grab you like this, like from here? Am I gonna like land grab? Probably not. But I could get an aerial and maybe grab. Or maybe I just hold shield on platform, wait for you to come in, and I try to shield drop and just like control space.
So
there's a bear right there.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you think you are mindful of percent thresholds?
I try to be pretty mindful of percents because that's what gets you to the kill. Like knowing when combo trees open up at percents, knowing when things are gonna kill. Like I can't tell you.
So like how granular is it? Because I can tell myself.
I can't tell you.
No, obviously you're not gonna tell me like, oh, at 37% F tilt into F air is a true setup, and like I don't need you to go into that much, but it's like you were quickly saying you immediately said Falco above 25%. That is a number that you know, right?
Yeah,
now,
I don't remember the exact percents where all the moves knock over. I know they're all around 20s. I can tell you that like above 39, if I jab reset Falco on a tech chase, he can buffer an option. I know that granularly. If you ask me like from this position, if I fair you, what percent does Falco die? I have no idea. If I push you like towards the edge, I can tell you it's probably around 100 to 110, where you just die straight up off the side. Probably 70 or 80 for like a favorable edge guard. So it's like I know like percent ranges, but I don't know exactly.
Right, and that's kind of what I'm like asking, right? Because when I'm playing, it's like there is 0%, right? There's like absolute.
I'm just trying to get percent on you. That's all. Okay.
So like in my brain, we'll start the match out, and it's like, okay, I've kind of got some amorphous number, like 30%, just for the sake of a clean number. Get them above 30%, and you can basically, like, most of your kit opens up. Soft hits will start to knock down or knock away significantly enough that they're safer, right? But even then, like, I'm known to just be like, I'm gonna get him. I got him. Mission accomplished. 6%. Woo! Yeah. And then you crouch cancel grab me.
So how do you get shake to 30 from 6?
And
what's the best option? Like if you could just hit me with anything right now, what would you hit me with to start a combo?
I thought about this when you were talking about it, like what's the optimal thing for Falco? And it's like
it's not really optimal, just like what do you want right now? Like you arc the player. Like game plans
shine.
Don't work for everyone.
I want to dare shine.
Like my game plan does not look the same as 22K's, like for the record. Like everyone has different game plans based on how they like to play the game. You know, you can look at the Falcons like as like sort of the cliche example, like None versus Wizzy versus S2J.
Yeah.
They all have different things they like to go for. Whatever gets you to the dub gets you to the dub. So what does Arc like to get at 6% to get cheat to 30? Like what's your combo opener?
I don't know. I think right now I play so much by ear, I can't answer that.
Not even okay, what if can you narrow it down to like three options? Like
literally whatever dumb spacey brain
about,
wants a pillar on every single member of the cast, right? Like I want a dare shine or just
let's say you
shine
hit me with
in
the
general.
dare. Say you hit me with the dare shine, and I DI however you want me to DI for the combo. How do you follow up? Like, what's the DI that you want me to do, and follow up off?
The DI I want you to do is no DI, and from then it is a 100% crapshoot. At bare bottom percents, I like doing shuffle up air and going from there. A lot
so if you
of
hit
times.
Me with the up air, what does that get you?
So
if you hit me with the dare shine, that should put me at what, 30 from 6? No, maybe.
Dare shine is like 21. 22.
That's 21%. Yeah, so I'd be at like 27, 28%. Okay, so if you hit me with an up
that
air,
was 20%, though.
So if you followed that up with the up air, do you get anything off of it?
A lot of the I will. It depends. I know against Marth, like up air into an aerial is something that works often.
What about she? Like, does she go into tumble when she gets hit with up air 26? Let's find out. Hit me with an up air. Oh, it looks like it does. Looks like that was decent. Like it knocked me up at a decent. I wasn't DIing either, so.
Right, so I would knock you up like that.
So up air could work. So let's say you hit me with dare shine, and then you come down with a the up air. So what can you do off of the up air? Let's say at that point I'm like at 30. So we're gonna assume I'm at 30%, roughly. Like what do you get off the up air?
Depending, if they DI hard away, then I usually fall down with lasers. If it's not a super hard DI, like if they DI up, then I just do a double jump up air. So like that was up air is like what, 10%?
But now I'm at the right percent. So if you do it again, like, can you follow up? Yeah.
Right.
At that percent, you can do shine up air to.
So I like do up air into another aerial.
Okay.
From that point, there's like plenty more in that combo string that I can do, and
some of these.
I'm not even like I'm not consistent on that. That's not like every time I get a shine, I'm going for an up air into like a bear or an air.
That's fine. I'm just asking what your preference.
I wish I could give you better answers. I feel like
these are things you can figure out for yourself. Like an Uncle Punch. You can go in an Uncle Punch, you can set Sheik's DI, and you can just mess around.
Right.
And see what works. Like, these are things you can figure out. Like, you don't have to do the exact same combo every time. Like, there should be mix-ups, like, to keep your opponent's DI thrown off. But, like, there should be some go-tos, at least, like, between, like, a couple, just so your brain isn't completely overwhelmed with all the options you can do. You know what I mean?
I think that is something that I'm missing. Is like some genuine B&Bs. Like, because I could do B&Bs in Dragon Ball Fighters on 15 frames of input lag because of their stupid fucking.
What that term means. What is that term?
What?
What are you saying? B and what?
DBZ?
DBZ. Oh, I heard something completely different.
Did I say DBZ? I don't know.
No, never mind. It's fine. I'm crazy.
And it's like, just because the combo strings in Fighters were like so fucking like consistent.
Don't move. I'm gonna push you.
B and B.
Thank you.
Oh, so, was it B and B? Was what you didn't?
I think is what you said. That's what I heard.
Oh, whoops. B and B is bread and butter, which are just like the combo strings that work every time. Stomp knee
I'm not good at this game, so I didn't know that.
Stomp knee is a bread and butter, right? Stomp knee is always going to work. F throw, F air on Sheik is always gonna work, right? Like fucking up throw, up air, right? It's usually like one or two pieces in melee because of the true power of survival DI and SDI and tech options and everything. But like in Dragon Ball Fighters, your entire combo string from start to finish, meaning you opened your opponent up and then you reset to neutral, from the opening to the close, is a scripted, practiced combo. It could be the same thing. You could crack your opponent up 8 times in a match and do the exact same combo string, the exact same inputs, the exact same damage 8 times in a row. And like there was a consistency to that was like resilient even in the face of genuine network-based input lag. And maybe I put a little bit too much stock into Mango, because like
Mango has game plans. Like, he definitely has a game plan. It's just he does a lot of mix-ups. But like, if Mango was truly completely random, he would do like random moves. Like, he would randomly jab here. He wouldn't do moves that make sense. Like, you watch Mango and you can at least be like, that move won because of this, and it was smart because of X. Like,
right.
Because of X, you know? Like, he's not completely, like, he's not literally random. Like, if you program a computer to play randomly...
No, I'm not saying that he was always random.
Also, hit me with a combo. Get me to, like, 70 or 80. You can keep talking.
It's like, whenever people talk to him about it, it's, you know, he like, really leans into this playing by feel perspective. Whereas you talk to somebody like IBDW, like Leffen or Armada, and it's like, it's a much more structured kind of thing, where, and it's like, there's kind of a spectrum between playing by feel and playing by design, playing by structure. And like I've kind of always wanted to or felt more comfortable on that like playing by feel spectrum. So I feel very daunted looking at this whole gameplay shtick or game plan thing that it's like it's
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Are you a music fan?
Music? Of course.
Yeah.
I
Are you
usually
like a jazz fan? How do you feel about jazz?
You like jazz? I would say I am neutral about jazz. I have no strong feelings one way or another.
I always think so. I think of this quote. I think it was Amsa that said that watching Mango is like watching jazz, or it's like listening to jazz, like improvised music.
Yeah.
I studied music in college in addition to chemistry, and so one thing that I learned when I would TA courses and tutor people in music is that a lot of people like to jump to just doing whatever they feel in music without learning the basics.
Yes.
And you can't.
That's why I've never learned a musical instrument in my life.
You can't improvise, and you can't be like a genius jazz player unless you know the basics. Like you can't break the rule book unless you know what the rule book says. That's the way I think of it. Like the things Mango does to improvise and break the rules works because he understands the rules in the first place, and he understands what his opponents wants because his opponents are playing for the most part by the rules. So when he throws something that doesn't make sense, it still works because he understands the rule book enough to understand that option will work in that situation.
So I think that's probably an angle.
So you can still, but I consider myself a very feel-based player. Like I don't when I try to think about my game plan actively in the moment, I usually don't do that well. Like I just have to play by feel and by instinct as I'm going along. But as I think more about the game plan and I try to at least like make good decisions as I play based on that game plan in front, my instincts get better and I get a better understanding like in the heat of the moment what I'm doing. So that's how I think about it. So I just pause it so the timer doesn't go down.
No, that's fine.
So
that's a fair, like a really good point that you bring up, and one that I've thought about. Getting a pillar at 0 are over for Falco. Listen, he can get pillars. All right. Nictavius is a doomer. He is absolutely a fucking doomer.
Okay, so I have a question for you. I'm at 80. I'm in the corner. Can you kill me?
Survey says yes. Woo! Yeah!
Can you get me back to 80 now?
Oh, I thought those. I'm very funny. You know, everybody needs to sub to me.
I agree.
We have 0 tier 2 subs, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just saying, 0 tier 3 subs.
Okay. So, without killing me, can you kill me from this percent?
I sure hope so.
In this position. Okay. So why do I ask if you can kill me? Why is it important that you can kill me? It's not. It's a simple question. It's not a trick.
There's a non-stop supply of mediocre net play Falcos to destroy. Yeah, for sure. Why are you asking this question?
What's the win condition of the game, assuming there's no timeout?
To eliminate your stocks.
Yeah, exactly. You have to kill me. So you should always be thinking, how do I get there? So when I ask, like, can you kill me? Yeah, you should have somewhat of an idea. Wait, what's so funny?
It's my stream chat.
Oh, okay.
Stream chat is popping off today.
Oh no. Hopefully they're not clowning on you.
No.
That's good. They can clown on you though. Have they seen the arc laser? Anytime I see someone die while they laser.
Oh, I need to show the chat the arc laser. The true, actual arc laser, okay?
It's only an arc laser if I kill you after.
That's usually the first arc laser. At this point, I have to start calling that the arc laser. But this was a laser that I discovered labbing. Rude?
It's not fully invincible, I don't know. I couldn't help it.
Does absolutely nothing.
It covers platform.
Yeah.
Look how low that is. I can't crouch under that. Look at that.
Right, this was when I was practicing ledge dashes, right? I was just trying to drop from ledge and double jump as fast as I could, and I'm like, oh, can I laser in this time? Apparently not, you know?
Okay.
The other arc laser is when I get launched off stage, you know, instead of recovering and going to ledge like a smart, intelligent, executively functional human being, I will off stage double jump single laser. Because
probably like the worst laser in the game.
I got him.
Such a bad idea. You get 3% and your opponent fucking kills you.
Dude,
like you literally put yourself off stage without a jump, forced to up.
There is something,
and you literally lasered your opponent.
Yes, there is something that's just so beautiful about how god awfully shitty that option is that I can't get enough of it.
You do it in tournament. You do it in tournament, dude. Like,
yeah.
Bro, what are you doing?
Anyway, what are you doing?
Okay, give me the 80. We gotta get to the bottom of this question. Now that you've said yes, you can kill me at that percent at that position, but I want to know how.
This can be a double dip, dare into dare. This could be up tilt dare. This could, I don't think up tilt back air
Not
would
from
kill.
This spot. Well, you're relying on me to come. You're at 0.
Right.
How likely am I to just run tilt at this percent when you're at this percent? I mean, I guess I could. Maybe I could if I'm like really desperate. I could just run into it, but let's say it's not likely. So you could double dare. What about like forward smash? Is that a bad idea if I try to run in? Yeah, probably not a good idea. Because you don't want to be in that spot.
Yeah. I have
down
smashed many a shield. No, does not kill at that percent.
Okay. That's good to know. What about bear? What about just like AC bear?
At your percent, no. Especially against Sheik. I think you'd even have enough spacing to get back onto stage, let alone go for ledge mix-ups.
Okay. What about down smash?
No. Same kind of thing as bear.
Okay.
I want to say they're like similar in knockback. This is a frame data website.
So you can't really kill me straight up from here. Like you can't really. The only other thing I can think of bear, but that's definitely not going to kill right now. So you can't really kill me at this spot. Can you get me? So if you can't kill me, maybe the next tier is, can you get me in a disadvantageous spot so that you can kill me? You know what I mean? So at the next iteration group. So what might that look
channel
like?
Points just keep on giving. What?
Like what kind of? What kind of? Oh yeah, sorry.
Fuck you. I hate you specifically. Okay, never mind. Nothing.
So if you can't kill me straight up, can you get me in a spot that is ideal for killing me? For example, if I'm off stage, can you get me off stage far enough where I have to recover and you can kill me while I'm trying to recover?
I can definitely put you in an edge guard situation. I don't know if I can at 75. You'd have to be DIing that back air away in order to like get enough distance. I feel like Sheik with good DI, like I can edge guard a Sheik with good DI for 100% plus, and they will somehow live the hit and then come back to the stage.
Maybe that's something to be said about your edge guard flowchart then. Like maybe there's a different option. Maybe there's a different option you can do, you know? Well, so let's say, and the reason I'm saying I'm switching to that is because F smash and like double dare might be a little risky. Double dare could be okay if you do like a low dare, especially because I don't have space to back up. So I don't have a great option to deal with that when you're at 0, but let's just say that if you want to play it safe, you want to knock me off stage. So what are the best ways to get me off stage from the spacing at this percent?
At this spacing, I mean, like Tomahawk F throw, bait out
Pretty
some...
risky, but it works.
Well, I feel like I don't know what kind of assumptions you're making, but I feel like the moment that I approach, you're going to shield. And so
I guess I would say, like, figure out your options and then break down what those. So let's say you shuffle dare. That loses to, let's assume you do a high dare. That loses to my shield. I'll shield grab you. It beats out F tilt. It beats out Nair probably. It'll probably trade. I can't back up, so there's no like dash back option. I can't really fare at this spacing and beat it out. So shuffle dare pretty much beats everything but shield. But the problem is that if you lose that interaction, I shield grab you and I throw you off stage, you're in a really bad spot.
right.
So what that tells you is that the risk is that you die because I shield grab you.
The risk is you die.
And the reward, the risk is you get shield grab. Well, you don't necessarily always die. Oh, hello. The risk is that you get shield grabbed at ledge, which is not very good. And the reward is that you get a chance to knock me off stage. Maybe you get a double dare and I die. But if I DI away, then I just get. So, in your mind, in your opinion, is the risk worth the reward? Yes or no?
To try and straight up kill you here? I don't think so.
Specifically a shuffle dare.
No.
Yeah, so it's probably not worth it. What about forward smash? It's kind of the same idea. Like, is the risk reward worth it? I die straight up or go in edge guard. But if you mess it up, yeah. Okay.
Same thing.
So maybe this isn't the best spot.
Like, if shield into grab into back throw is an acceptable defensive response, it's not really going to work for me. And that's a lot of my kit.
Well,
so maybe, in your opinion, this isn't the best spot.
I think saying no is also wrong. It should never be no. It's just sometimes.
And that's why I hate Melee.
Well, I mean,
don't play.
That's all, folks. Wrap up the show.
22K is right, but I'm just for this, like, in this moment, is it worth it to you? Like, yes or no? Like, you
probably
can decide
not
later.
Standing for about 4 minutes and talking about it, so you probably expect it.
You can change your mind later. Like, you can, but like, this is just up to you. Like, some people would say, yeah, you know what? Maybe it depends. Are you up?
My autopilot says yes, that's acceptable.
Maybe it depends. Are you up 3 stocks to 1, and you can afford to?
I can't do that. I'm not doing that shit anymore. Are
you down 3 stocks to 1? Then yeah, maybe you shouldn't do it if you're down.
Yeah, the mentality changes if you're down. The mentality, I have need to drill it into my skull like an 1870s lobotomy, that a stock lead does not mean that you get to be comfortable.
I guess what I'm more trying to get across, how you can think about breaking down the interaction, how you can decide how you want to play,
so
and, how you can adjust. That's
conclusion,
what I'm trying to do.
Yeah. And I think you're trying to, I can see what you're trying to get from me. Frankly, I've gleaned something entirely different, but it's something that I think is digestible to me right now. I think the far more important piece of information is not what am I capable of doing, the risk reward of my own actions. I think the more important piece of information is what you want. And I think that's what I need to spend a lot of time studying. And that's
it's a mix of both, right? You know?
Yes and
what
no.
What do you want and how does it
for me specifically is just because the way that I play is so freeform, so open-ended, that I don't want to have this decision tree. There's a part of my brain that's that almost rejects it, and that's maybe something that I'm going to try to move past. But I think a big part of a lot of the mistakes that I make is playing into what you want. This is my single biggest weakness against Peach, is that I just keep doing what Peach wants, and then I get mollywopped for it. And sure, understanding what I should be doing is like something that you can spend a lot of time, but like if I understand what you want, it doesn't matter. Like there's an infinite, not an infinite, but like I find that there's so much more freedom in that. Like it's writing out a list of things that I can do versus writing out a list of things that I can't. And I would prefer to write out the list of things that I can't do and have those stuck in my brain rather than have this like list of possibilities of my own agency. I don't know if that makes any sense at all.
No, it does. I mean, in my mind, there's sort of 4 steps that I got, and all this is just I took lessons with a lot. I should have opened that, but like I'm very open that I had these lessons. This is what he drilled into me, and it's just helped me because I'm a grad student, practice and like grind things out. So I have to be very efficient. And I think over the last couple months, like this sort of thinking has just helped me understand interactions in this game much faster and easier than before. So it's like there's sort of 4-step process. 1, figure out when and how you can kill, because that's how you win the game. 2, figure out what you want to get to that end goal. Like if I'm at 0, maybe you want to dare to a combo, maybe you want to grab. If I'm at like 90, maybe you want an F smash read, maybe you want a double dare, whatever. 3, you want to know what I'm looking for. And then 4, you want to know how the risk reward balances out between what you want and what I want. So if I want to grab and you want to dare, there are certain spacings where dare beats grab and where grab beats dare. Like, how many times have we played where I'm literally standing still, like right here, I stand completely still and you dare into me and I grab?
Yeah.
And that's just because, like, I know, like, at this spacing, dare, I win. And it's kind of nuts that I do that because the risk is so bad. Like, if you do anything in place, like, I'm still in the corner, but I'm just so confident that you're going to shuffle there because I know that's what you want and you show me that's what you want, I still get it. But like that's sort of like a 4-step process. So that's why
like one thing, and it's fucking disgusting.
But that's what I've been saying recently. Like people talk about like emphasize punish game, like from the bottom up, like how you get your opponent to the kill. But I've started to think a lot of it backwards. Like how do I get the kill, and then how do I get my opponent to that kill percentage? You know. So I played a lot with Ian in Chic Peach, and so I think a lot about like okay, at like 110, 115. If I get depending on the stage, with Dreamland being a notable exception, if I get a down throw, he can just be dead. Like I can get an up air and he just dies. So how do I get him to like 110, 115? Like that's sort of like, okay, well maybe I can get a down throw at like 50 and I can get like double up air. That can get him to like 70 and then he's in a bad spot and I can get a couple aerials. It's just like, I don't know. That's the kind of thinking that I try to have. And like this isn't perfect. I mean, everyone has their own way of playing. I think what I like about this is that it doesn't really try to solve the game, which like 22K was saying, like yes or no for like you should never do X or never do Y. It's sort of like
it's always maybe. It's always maybe.
What's the risk reward, and how do you as a player value that risk reward? Like what's
it's always sometimes.
And it always
it's not
varies.
Maybe it's sometimes. Yeah. You have to do it sometimes, so they're afraid of that option.
It always varies, you know. And I think that's what I like about this approach is that it doesn't like pigeonhole you to like you must play this matchup this way if you want to win. It's just like how do these interactions matter to you, and how do you weigh these things? So that's what I like about it. So that's how I've been trying to learn Cheat Falco recently.
So one thing about like switching up like play styles and stuff like mid game, mid set, I sent you a set you should watch. It's Artie versus Warmer. I thought it was like amazing. Just like the switch up, the tempo switch between game 4 and game 5. It was just
doubles?
Like really amazing to watch. It wasn't doubles.
You linked me the thumbnail is doubles.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure like bigger tournaments they usually start with doubles.
You linked me an entire VOD with a
timestamp. It skips to the area that is the set because it's not like an uploaded set yet. That tournament just happened on Saturday. That's
even Mango has said, and even you can say it as well. With RPS, you never truly know 100% how you should open. Yeah. And that's that shit. It's like, it's once again, you know, reminding myself of like fucking, there's like Zetavolt and Tessa, like, you know, the two little fucking angel and devils on my shit. Tessa is the devil, just in case everybody wants to be on the same page. And they're both saying that Arcanist, you think too much. And I do. But
yeah, you do.
I think more. It's like I'm always thinking about how I'm gonna mix up my entry.
But I think it's I think too much about myself. And all of this conversation today has reinforced that I need to think about my opponent more. Because like I do infinitely better against Ian when I am constantly drilled in on thinking about what he wants from me, and then systematically denying him that over and over and over again. And I feel like that seems like a framework that I can operate within better. Like all of this shit about like risk versus reward and like your 4-step shit, like my ADHD sugar-wired brain is gonna get very distracted very fast.
I mean, whatever works for you. That's just what works for me. I like to think of things in a very formulaic, like step-by-step way, because it helps keep me organized.
I'd like to speak
with... It helps me figure out what the next step is, but like if that doesn't work for you, it doesn't have to. That's just how I see the game.
I want to have like a round table with top players that have ADHD. There's got to be like a couple.
I mean, what I usually do is like I have like a lot of options decided like in my brain at certain points, and then I just spin the Wheel of Fortune at a much faster rate than the Wheel of Fortune spins and select an option. But those options still decide upon risk and rewards. So like at some points, like the option that it might land on, I'm like, that's not gonna work, and I spin again.
Also, I do think that instincts take over a lot in matches. I mean, like Melee's too fast in the game to weigh every option every time.
Right.
Like you just have to go with your instincts. So like, because I thought about this matchup a decent amount in different positions, like I kind of know like instinctually what I want and what I want to do. Like the game's just too fast. Like if you're standing here, I don't have time to think about every single option you can maybe do. You're already in my face, or like shooting or being defensive or something. Like I have to just make a call, and so I just have to like sort of trust my gut and like trust my instincts. So that's what I try to build up. Like I will sometimes just go on rank, try to just like make good decisions and like pay attention. I think that's also something that this helps me with, is it helps me pay attention. If I'm losing to something over and over again, I can like take a second and be like, I need to do this instead, like to beat this. Like I was playing a Marth randomly on Unranked. He played super duper grounded, and it was really throwing me off. He just kept throwing, like dash dancing, throwing out down tilts, crouching whenever I went into the air. I'm like, oh, what? Like, and I just, because I understand the Marth Sheik interactions enough to notice that right away, I realized like, oh, I can like do short hop needles. Oh, I can like go onto the platform and like try to come down with like needles that way. I can like sometimes just go for a grab because he just straight up runs up and crouches. Like, it also helps you like adapt and recognize situations. Yeah.
Wish I didn't hate Unranked. I hate Unranked with every fiber of my being.
I'm also down to play if you're tired of hearing that.
Do you do that? Do you do that jump back wave dash backwards at all, or not? You just
the zero angle. I want to start doing.
How are you going so far?
It's fucked up. This is a zero angle wave dash. This is a
you're not doing it backwards at all. I see you're doing it forward, like you're doing jumping back and doing it forward, but you try to do it backwards. Yeah,
I just did. Yeah,
you should practice both ways.
Oh, for sure.
Practice both directions. But you didn't practice backwards each time that I saw you. Each time
it's the same frame perfect timing. Like it's a super wave dash kind of thing, right? Like it's
yeah, but if you only practice one way, then when the mix-up comes and is available, there's more likely you'll miss it if you're not practicing all four of those options. I'm just saying.
I understand where you're coming from, but I don't. When it's literally just a cardinal direction, I don't see that. Like compared to like knowing how to do ledge dashes on both sides, versus
well,
holding
let's just
full
both
left
sides are only
or
from
full
one side.
right.
There's only 2 options.
Right, and there's
Yeah.
only 2 options on
There's 4.
this.
There's directional and there's also forward and back.
What? How is there 4 options? Is you wave dash forward or you wave dash back?
Yeah, but you jump backwards only in one direction. There's 4 setups there. There's 4 different. It's the same animation, but there's 4 different openings you get from it depending on the way that you're looking. There's 2 on each direction that you're looking, of course. But
It's even possible on a GameCube controller. What, this perfect thing? 0 angles? Yeah, 0 angles are super possible. It's a frame perfect input.
I'm not good at it.
Frame. I don't know if Sheik can do it. It's ECB manipulation, so it's character specific. I know that Captain Falcon can do it. I want to say, like, if your character does a backflip when doing a short hop, like, backwards, right? Like, this is my short hop forwards. It's just a jump. But when I do a short hop backwards, it's this backflip. Now, first of all, this backflip, like, dodges so many things in and of itself. But
yeah,
it manipulates my ECB so that the frame before my character contacts the ground, I can do a full, it's called 0 angle because it's full cardinal left or right on the stick. And, like, you can do some crazy stuff with it. It's one thing that I really want to implement because I feel like there's a part of me that thinks it might be able to like really close the gap, no pun intended, for Falco's tech chasing, right? Like, Falco has a problem tech chasing people because he can't cover, like, his land speed is not that fast. His dash speed can't really cover a lot of these distances consistently. Plus, he doesn't have, like, very actionable setups to bring it to go into a tech chase, right? Like, you tech as soon as I down throw, rather than, like, a pop-up and then a tech. So I've got this, like, mental thing in the works of, like, if I'm getting into a tech position, I want to do that backflip as a setup, react to their tech option, and then cardinal wave dash in that direction, to see if that makes a meaningful distance difference. I feel miles away from being able to do that, but it's in the brain.
I switched characters, by the way.
Okay. So did
Oh
I.
shit. Alright, this is fun. Are you ready? Do you want to keep doing this, or do you want to play? What do you want? I'm down to keep talking about matchups and stuff. And game plans and stuff.
I would say take a little break, play some melee. It's been very cerebral for the first 90 minutes of the show.
Fair enough.
Just a little bit.
In a good way? Like, good cerebral, or like, please shut this nerd up?
Cerebral's not bad, it's just there may be viewers that want melee to be played. Which means they hate you specifically?
I mean, fair enough.
I'm
I hate
hosting
me
on these
too.
streams. Whenever I eventually get back into playing, like, Ultimate or whatever, I'm gonna be so cracked. Just through osmosis.
What?
See that interaction? I planned that out in my head, actually.
Oh
I'm
my
just joking.
god.
I'm just joking. Yeah, go for it.
Interaction I planned out.
Funny little
Again, just kidding. I'm like, I want to knee him, and then I did. Aw, too low. What are you doing, Arcanus?
Not so easy, is it, tech chasing?
No, because I don't do it properly. I haven't learned the animations yet.
Nice.
Oh.
I knew I was about to get beat. I was like, I'm gonna air dodge.
There was the fear of a god in that air dodge.
But it worked. I avoided it. So. I didn't need to jump.
I air dodged like nobody's business. I hate Fox so fucking much.
You V-canceled the heck out of that shine, though.
Did I?
No, I don't know. I have no idea.
Was possibly on timing for a V cancel. It was a stage tech.
Anytime I go to air dodge something and I get hit, and I'm like, that's because I didn't.
Ultimate. I hate this game. Bro.
Just flew across stage. Oh.
Bro! I just shouldn't double jump and should immediately up B and then get shined a slightly different way.
You could double jump up air or something, right? That could work. That's what I'm looking out for. Oh.
Oh my god!
I tried to arc laser. Nice. There you go. Yeah, that definitely beats out the zone. That's the mix-up there. And the mix-up becomes if you do the up air.
Yeah! The mix-up!
I'm joking. Wait, no, I'm not. I'm Fox. I forgot I'm Fox. Oh, what's he? Have mercy. Nice. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna try.
Then you're Fox, and you just get the reversal anyways. Why is that dash attack safe?
Dash attack is so weird. Fox dash attack.
Yeah,
Shield
Falco's
always-
dash attack sucks, but Fox's somehow is fine.
Can you die? Okay. Ah. Let's see. You tried. I respect the effort.
Oh, this is gonna be terrible.
Oh, you don't? You don't like Falcon? Falcon?
Oh, well, time to turn tables.
That's true. You have to fight yourself now. Okay. You win, leave me alone.
Falco Arcanist hates that grab, don't worry. Bro Sidon.
Hold on. I can actually make it back from that. Falco is not Fox. Shout out to McTavies. I'm just kidding. I hope you didn't hear that. It's just a joke.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was a weird issue.
The shit that gets me, that this is like the hardest mental thing to just continue to act positive in the face of, is that I'm not getting better against you guys. I am still getting my ass kicked to the same magnitude as I was months ago at the start of the year, right? There's a part of me that wants to get better faster than my peers, or at the very least be able to go even, be able to move above my seed, and I have received nothing but reminders that I have gone nowhere. That any improvements my peers have matched. So I have still positionally gone nowhere. And that is extremely disheartening, to say the least.
I mean, like, would you rather, like, me not and just, like, stay at my same level so you can beat me, or would us both improve and get to a high level, like, together?
It's just like...
Even if I'm still, like, slightly better than you, let's say. Like, at the high level. Like, I don't know. Like, it's just, like, it's just competition. Like,
I know.
I'm trying to improve, too. Like, I'm putting in time at these matchups and improve. I don't know. It takes a while. Like,
and then
I always have, like,
it
goals for
immediately
myself.
becomes like self-attacking, you know, that I'm not doing
that's the
enough,
thing.
that I am
You get
just
the-
acting like I should be getting better with like absolutely garbage practice habits that
I mean, it's like you need to have the right mentality, like, to improve. Like, that just is what it is. Like, that's the biggest thing. Like, when I first started playing, even when I think I had, like, it took a couple months before I took, like, my first game off of you, and that's not since, like, picking up the controller. That's just, like, since I like met you and had played you, which is, like, a long time to, like, not win, like, a single game against, like, there, but, like,
but it's like we will
You
still do
actually
like
get better.
hours long friendly sessions where you just beat me over and over and over again, and it's like I'm getting more comfortable with losing consistently. The shit that I am incapable of feeling okay with is having games where I'm like up 3 stocks to 1 and then I lose, and then doing that multiple times in a play session. I want to rip my fucking hair out when that happens. And that's like a regular thing that happens between you, 22K, Ian.
I mean, that's the ultimate test then, right? Like, if you can do that, put yourself in that situation and like keep it together, or like lose the match and like keep your head together, then that's a victory. Then you know what I mean. If the mental block is holding you back. Like, I don't know. It's just like when I appreciate that, like, you want to like become like quote like as good as I am, or like be like having goals is good. I understand that. Like, some people are my goals and I'm other people. Like, we're both going to be improving. So like, it's just, I don't know. It's more than just like, it could take a while. I don't know. Like, it just depends. It depends on how much I improve. Maybe I put the controller down. Join me when I come back. I don't know.
And like, it's another thing. Like,
I don't really know what to say. You know, it's just part of the game. It's just part of like
I know
competition. Some people just blow up out of nowhere.
And it's like, I'm not, it almost feels like from a point of selfishness to say that kind of stuff. Like, you know, that it's frustrating. It's just mental gymnastics, you know, like there's almost a selfishness to feel like I want to get better than you, which means that I have to either get better than you faster than you are getting better, or that your growth as a player needs to stagnate in order for me to accomplish that goal, right? But then there are people like Ian who will be like, hey, do you want to do some games? I want to work on the Peach matchup. Yeah, cool. I haven't played Melee for like 3 weeks though, so I'm kind of rusty. And then he 4-stocks me, and I'm gonna commit minor crimes.
Well, the thing about Ian is that he is, in my opinion, very, very well. And I think he's very just like, has very strong fundamentals, so it's not hard for him to just pick up and play. Also, like, I don't know, like if I didn't play
which makes me like feel like if in the face of, if you say that Ian is good fundamentals when I feel like I am struggling to implement tech into my kit, it feels like my priorities are all wrong. That it's like it should be about my decision making, but other than spending 4 hours every week reviewing VODs.
I mean, I guess it's like, what is your takeaway? Like, I still ask. Like, we played a few sessions, you know, like, being like, why did you lose this interaction, like stuff, and I don't know. It's like you really gotta, and this is just my approach. So I mean, it doesn't work for everyone, but I just try to turn those interactions and like taking away little gameplay from each time you play somebody. Like, it's gonna take time. I don't know. I don't know how many, like, I don't know if it's takes weeks, takes months, years.
I've been doing this for 6 years, you know, and it feels like my position hasn't moved meaningfully in many years. That,
I mean,
like,
we also don't play against. You just play like people in the Discord that are also like, actively improving. I feel like if you haven't played, like, for me, usually I get what happens to me is usually I end up playing a long time. And I was like, oh, I feel like really good. I feel really comfortable. He used to be like, I thought we were like close in level, but he was like a little better than me. Like, the last time we played, like, I did pretty well. Like, I don't know if I can definitively say I'm better than he is, because I don't know what it looks like in tournament, but I can see like tangible like improvements since we played. So like, if you just play us like all the time, you probably wouldn't notice like small things. I don't know. It's just like, how do you measure improvement? If you measure improvement by like beating us, then it's hard because we're also improving. But like,
I'd at least like to measure improvement by not SDing, but I seem to be going backwards on that front.
I feel like you don't SD as much as you think you do. I swear. I
feel like I am top of the SD leaderboards. I swear to you, man. I kill myself more in every fucking game. Like,
I mean,
there was
like,
a
but
joke that
I
they
feel
were
myself too.
that
It's
I
just
heard
like,
the other day
dude,
that it's like, you know, about Colbull. Like poor Colbull, he plays like the a 3 stocks to 4 meta every time, and it's like it feels like me, man.
I mean, how are you? I guess like I don't know. It's hard to say like unless we're some specific to point to. You know, I feel
The
like
last
you just
few
gotta.
weeks that I've been watching you play, I think you've been SDing less, if that's anything. Like, I've noticed an improvement in that regard.
Like I don't know. I feel like
I guess.
I feel like you gotta break out of this like mental. You know. Just a
My
little bit.
brain is my biggest
I
enemy,
can't deal with
man.
you. I can't green Falco deal with you. You know, I have to at least like go Fox or something. I don't want. I can't do the green Falco. Do that. Okay.
I'm pretty sure that was a mid shorten. PI up. What are you doing? Okay.
Oh. He just got up and ran away. Oh, I was supposed to be up smash. That's bad. Are you trying to up air or are you trying to do
I'm
something?
trying to up tilt.
I was like, there's no way he's trying to full hop up air in the corner.
You like that tech chase?
You like jazz? You didn't must do that, kid.
I did. I missed ledge.
That's not an SD. I
What
don't
is
think
that?
it's what? I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, I guess if you want to call it an SD, anytime you miss SD, but you're kind of at a bad angle to go for it. You could have gone in or up.
I'm dead. And I let you live.
Right. That might have been an SD. I might consider it. That could be considered an SD. House.
Bro, what the fuck is that up tilt?
Okay, that could be an SD.
Catching up, making up for lost games, you know?
The mango.
That shouldn't have worked.
I can't believe Shine is that big. I'm not gonna.
That's Battlefield, not just Shine.
Okay. Yeah, that's bad. I'm just trying to dash attack. Let me dash attack.
Fuck your dash attack. I win! I lose.
That was the one angle I was gonna save me. Help me. I'm dead.
I'm dead too. Remember that? Why did you have to say shit, Audrey?
I'm
To be fair,
sorry.
I started it saying that you don't have to do much. That was my fault.
Allow
starting
me
now.
to prove you wrong.
Starting now, though. Starting now. Don't even worry about it. It's just friendlies. Who cares?
I can't not care. And I
He cares.
Why?
It doesn't matter if
I
it's
feel like
friendlies
I
or
need
not. He
clinical
cares. We've
therapy.
had how many streams talking about how much he cares?
What's up? What'd you say, Mark?
I need clinical therapy to stop caring about friendlies. It's been 6 years, and I've tried to tell myself that for 6 years, and I count friendlies. I don't know what piece of advice I need to listen to. I don't know what person I need to talk to. It is entrenched thinking that does not go away.
I just feel like it makes
How
friendlies more
often do
stressful.
you fight people outside of friendlies?
Very little.
There's your problem. If all you're ever doing is fighting people in friendlies, then that's your baseline of interaction with other players. There is no real difference between, okay, this is serious time,
And it's-
okay,
but it's
we're
like
just having a little
sometimes-
goof off in friendlies.
And that's the thing that sucks is like there will be times when I'm like, you know, there was the other day I went up to one of my buddies and I'm like, hey, do you want to do some friendlies? And I was like, I just want to have fun and dick around and not care. And then I was getting 3-stocked every game unless I sweated out on my every fucking pore in my body and brought it down to the last stock every game. So it's like the only way I feel competitive against my peers is by trying with every ounce of my being, and then doing so in friendlies poisons the well. Unless it's
Get
like
friends who are worse at the
I
game?
decidedly reach out to a friend of mine, to another player who we're like seated equally, or I'm seated above them. And like at this point, I don't feel good playing against people who are worse than me. I don't know how it feels like in the rest of y'all's shoes that there's this like fucking sandbag that's ready to get the shit kicked out of him every single time he asks you for games. But like, I don't like playing against somebody that I'm clearly better than. Like, I have fun because I win all the time, but like, there's no integrity to it for me. Like, ideally, I want somebody like Unlimited. Me and Unlimited have gone even for 6 years. We have always gone even. But that, like, almost cements my point from earlier that, like, I haven't gone anywhere in my, like, against my peers. I'm still head-to-head against the same people. I'm still losing against the same people.
I mean, I can only speak for friendlies, but I feel like friendlies. I mean, I do know what it's like to like be on the losing. When I started competing, I only had one person I played with, and I used to lose like literally like 20 out of. I would lose 80 out of 100 matches.
Yeah.
All the time. I would get. Even like he used to play Ganon. We would go Sheik Ganon. He'd like be pretty. He'd be positive, but not like super positive on the Sheik. And then I started beating his Ganon, and then not because I was beating his Ganon, but he ended up switching to Fox at some point. And his Fox, I would win maybe like 2 matches out of 30. But I mean, it's still a learning opportunity, and it's just I don't know. It's just kind of fun to play. Like, you just have to find the fun in just playing somebody, not winning. You know.
There is
like,
this emotion
without winning. Like,
that
I'm not
I
gonna,
feel.
If I beat you 100 matches, just like real quick, if I beat you like 30 matches in I don't know, like what, like you're thinking or what you're like worried about. I'm not gonna like, I'm not gonna be an asshole about it. It's just a game. Like, it's just a game that we're having fun doing. I have things outside of the game that I care about. Like, I don't like if someone beats me 50 games and talk shit about how bad I am, like, whatever, man. I kind of just laugh, to be honest, because it's just, I don't know. There's just more than this game that's, and so that's, I don't know. That's just how I view it. I try to just leave whatever's in the game. I just leave in the game. It's just something I do to have fun. You know. I like improving. I like playing new people. So that's just me. Everyone has
There's this emotion that I will feel that like it's one of the barriers that makes like if I lose 100 games out of 100 against a particular person, odds are I will almost never ask to play against that person again, or I will wait 6 months or longer. I can't tolerate that because I understand that there are potentially thousands of people in the world right now that will beat me 100 games out of 100, right? What kills it for me, what makes it abject misery, is watching my opponent make the same types of decisions that I am, going for the same type of punishes, especially if it's like a Spacey or a Falco Ditto. Like, this is one of the reasons why I have a lot of trouble going up against Nictavius, is that I will watch Nictavius make the same decisions that I am, but they work, they're more consistent, and they're beating me more often. Whereas the same exact decisions in near identical situations over and over again, I'm not getting. And it's like, okay, how many hours in Uncle Punch do I have to spend to fix this problem for somebody to tell me that my problem is I don't go to brackets? How many brackets am I going to go 0-2 in before somebody tells me that my issue is my weak punish game? You know, it seems like this never-ending cycle of I'm just supposed to go to places and be miserable, and then maybe some point it's going to stop. I don't have a good track record with tournaments. Going physically to tournaments, there are things that I usually want out of that experience that I haven't gotten since WPI. Like, there was this whole dinner thing with WPI. We would go to bracket, can play bracket, and then 8 to 10 of us would go out to dinner and grab sandwiches, go to some local Worcester restaurant, dick around and have fun and chat and like bond, right? And that was a quintessential part of my tournament experience. And I get 0 of that at the Massachusetts weeklies where you have to pay for it. And I try to be like, hey, do you want to go grab something after bracket? Do you want to do you want to go grab a drink? You want to do this? Oh, no, man, I ate before I came here. Oh, no, man, I already ate. I'm just going to go home after bracket. Like, it is repeatedly, over and over and over again, reasons to not engage in that type of culture. And with ADHD, engaging in a stimulus is blocked by every negative experience with that stimulus that you've ever had. It's called the wall of awful. It's this mental construct within like not just ADHD, but like neurodivergence in general, that like the more negative experiences you've had with something, the harder it is to engage with that something. So right now, the sum of my experiences with like SG and like New Game Plus and all of those is going to a place where I don't know anybody, nobody opens the door to like meet and greet, right? Like sitting down at a friendlies setup, that's not an avenue for meeting somebody or like getting acquainted with them anymore, I feel. It's like, hey, is this setup open? Yeah, sure. And then that's it. That's the total exchange. It's like, oh, that was cool. That was a sick combo. All right, GG's, man. I'm gonna go. Like, that's it. There feels
no depth to any of the interactions. It's all just, oh, we are here to play Melee and nothing else.
Right.
We are not people, we are Melee bots.
I want friends. And there are people in this Discord server that go to 1UP. 1UP is like the weekly tournament for this Discord server. And that is a 90-minute drive both ways for me to attend that tournament. I have to drive 3 hours to go to this tournament experience with these guys. And in my brain chemistry, that's not just 3 hours, that's 3 hours driving through downtown Boston is on my route. Otherwise it's a 4 hours of total driving, having to circumvent the downtown traffic. And to me, that's not, the math doesn't add up on that, especially when every single weekly is run on a work day. So that's my commitment for the entire afternoon. I get to do 0 except immediately finish my workday, do everything I can to prepare to leave as fast as possible, leave, practically speed my way over to the tournament, go 0-2 or like 1-2 in the bracket, go out to dinner with my homies, leave early, drive home, go to bed. And that doesn't, like, that doesn't fit in with my idea of a comfortable evening. And compared to the old WPI days, it was a half-hour drive to get there. It was a half-hour home. Oftentimes, there were it was in the area. People would be like, hey, just come back to my apartment. Just sleep on the couch. We can play friendlies. Whereas, like, right now, it's like, I've got pets. I've got fucking work in the morning. You know, I've got shit to do. Back in the WPI brackets, it was Saturdays. You could do nothing that day, right? All these fucking weeklies that are on weekdays, like, ugh.
Yeah, like, who are these weeklies catering to with the schedules that they keep?
It's a me thing. Like, I know for a fact that it's a me thing, and I guess this whole conversation was a very roundabout way of saying I hate my own brain chemistry. Because, like, people in the Discord server have literally said, we will pay for your gas, we will pay for your venue, we will pay for your entry, we will literally pay you a profit. You will make money coming to this tournament. And I'm like, I still don't want to. Because of just the amount that I have to go out of my way to go do this. Like, I am somebody who is so obsessed with creature comforts that, like, I hear stories about people that, like, you know, there are players from Maine, middle of Maine, that will drive 6 hours, 3 hours both ways to go to Massachusetts tournaments. And like, people speak about that like, bro, he's a legend, he's amazing. He's an idiot. Do you have any idea how much I could get done in those 6 hours?
Like,
And that's like the max that I play.
Are you binging on the drive to like up your scholarship or something?
And then like, I am cursed to like to play different video games. There are people in this Discord that only play Melee and like Counter-Strike. And that's it. That's their fix. Whereas like, I can't count the number of games that I've played in the last 5 years. It's hundreds. I specifically play different video games, so then it's like even more of this mental battle of what do I care about more, right? Am I even allowed to raise the complaints that I just did about feeling like my seating, my position relative to my peers hasn't moved when I play other games besides Melee, you know? When I'm not, I don't lab 4 or 5 days a week. I don't review my VODs on a weekly basis. I don't go to a tournament every week.
I mean, if anything, it seems admirable that you've able to stay even with your peers, even though you don't mainline Melee and nothing else.
I suppose I haven't thought about that.
I mean, it's also like
You've managed to stay even while playing all of these other games and, you know, taking care of your pets and having all these other experiences that they don't.
Yeah, I guess for me, I've been in a PhD program. Like, so when I started Melee, I was 1 year into my PhD program, like in 2019, which is a rough time to try to start and play Melee.
Oh, for sure. I was a grad student when I started playing Melee.
And you don't have a lot of time, and so it's easy. It was easy.
Oh my gosh!
If I could put in like this amount of time, I could keep up and like
He's
beat
been
everyone,
spotted.
but I can't because I'm a grad student, blah blah blah. But it's like,
Boy?
I don't know. At a certain point, I was just like, I just want to play to have fun, and sometimes it's hard to like stick with that. But like, it's breaking out of the go-to to like compare yourself to like other people. Like I feel like you know, I'm only keeping up. Like you're always comparing yourself to like us, but
Yeah.
like, I mean, the game it's not
That's
just
kind of
about,
the
like,
issue with
beating
competitive
people, you know?
games. Is like even if you wanted to be like, oh, I'm just playing this for fun, it's still every match is a comparison of who is better in this match.
Well, I guess
You
it's
can't
just
really
like
separate that.
And I
guess
don't
it's
even
just
have a cushion like team-based games allow. You know?
yeah. For the record, I don't want this to come off
Yeah.
as like preachy and like I'm like, especially like
I've
'cause
been
I have
preachy for the
winning, like,
past hour, Chief. I
I'm
think you're
such,
good
like,
for it.
like I'm so fucking zen. You got to get on my level. I think it's just like because when I was growing up, I had a lot of very traumatic experiences that made competition very, very difficult. Like I straight up stopped doing anything competitive when I was like in high school. I just had a lot of very traumatic experiences growing up. And so for me, learning and competing in Melee and like trying to get better like has been like a therapeutic thing for me to like overcome those hurdles. And like even just the last 2 tournaments I entered, like I entered Calvar Cup and I was super nervous. I was like, this is my first like one of my first tournaments, my first tournament playing against New England people in like 2.5 years. I want to show how much I've improved, all this stuff, and the mental pressure was a lot. And it ended with a choke, like against Future Shock, and that's no shade to Future Shock. He played great. It was a bad choke, like on my part, and that was a little mentally crushing. And so when I was going into 1-up 3 days later, I was talking to Ian, just in one-on-one in Discord, and I was just saying like my main goal is just meet people, like meet the homies in person, hang out, and just have fun. And when I sort of like took that mental pressure off, and I just focused on just enjoying myself, showing what I had, and just not really caring about the result.
One thing on that
I ended
list
up getting,
that
I played great.
there's one thing on that list that doesn't match though. You said hang out, have fun, beat the homies. I can't do that.
No, meet with
the homies. Okay.
Meet the homies. No, I don't want to beat my homies. Like, well, if
I
we're competing,
beat my homies,
one of us
man.
But I'm not going out of my way to beat them. But I don't know. I mean, it's easier said than done. I've had to work on this like a lot. You know, for me, learning to compete in Melee is more about like my own personal journey than like being ranked whatever. I've known I'm never really gonna be ranked super high just because I can't do enough things. But I don't know.
There's a part of me that still wants that. I still want to make PR. I want to maybe get top 100 one day, and like this stagnation over time is something that just like is almost infuriating.
Well, I mean, just remember we're getting better. You know, like we're getting better too. When I started, like if you beat me now, like you would do way fucking better than I did in 2019. Like you beating me now is more of a in 2019 0-2 at the Arcadian. My first like out of Rhode Island tournament where it went like 1-6. You know, in the 2 sets that I played. If you beat Ian now, that's more of an accomplishment. 2019.
That's the thing. I don't see myself beating like 22K or you or Ian in bracket ever. That like
I mean, it won't happen if that's your mentality. Like if you don't believe you can do it, and you don't have like I don't know, like you need to have some kind of like I don't know, what would happen if you were down like 3 stocks to 1, game 3 of a best of 3 set against me, and you're on stream? Like
I'm done. I'm fucked.
You know, like I mean, it's easier said than done. Like,
well, I'll share my kind of perspective, where you said that like you know Melee and competition is kind of a therapeutic personal journey. It's also a personal journey for me. Whereas I never had any traumatic experiences when it came to competition. I have always had emotional dysregulation when it comes to handling loss. My brain chemistry is not wired to take losses well. Like there is documentation on mental illness and neurodivergence that straight up says people with ADHD can't handle negative and deterrent emotions compared to the rest of the world, right? And there was a point at which I would literally lose my voice screaming at single player games. Like so uncontrollably livid at code being executed on a screen with some flashing colors that my parents like would come into my bedroom and say, "You're done playing video games because I don't want to fucking listen to that shit." And there were, you know, in my early Melee career, there were points at which I would, you know, lose my losers match. I never threw my controller, but I certainly skidded them across the table a couple of times. I would walk out of the venue and just fucking leave for like 20 minutes, not even be able to speak to anybody. And over the years, I would say I've made like leaps and bounds of improvement on mentality, but it just seems like it's this beast that I always have to fight. And it gets fucking tiring sometimes, man.
Yeah, maybe one thing that hasn't been said is like you're not alone, you know, with having to deal with like those type of mentality issues. A lot of top players talk about their mentality issues too. If you think their mentality is like better now when they were like back at our level, you know what I mean? Like you're not alone. Like a lot of people have had to deal with this, and that's not to say like they can do it, so stop complaining. It's more of just like don't feel like you don't have like support, you know?
Oh, for sure.
Know what it's like.
The New England scene is like one of the most supportive groups of people I've ever come across. Like I think everybody has a proclivity towards saying, like, you know, these people in this community are like some of the best people I've ever met. Oh my gosh. Like, fucking, I just heard this the other day, like, the Ocarina of Time speedrunning community is one of the most supportive, most inclusive people I've ever met in my life, right? And it's like, everybody has that niche group of people that's just full of support, and it's not necessarily like that your community is one of the best. I think there's just a lot of support and a lot of inclusion in many of these spaces. I will say, New England seems better than several other regions in Melee. I would not be playing the game today if I was in the Miami community or the Florida community. Kind of a toss-up if I was in the California community.
I don't know anything about other communities, to be honest, so I have no comment.
Every report that I hear about Florida is scary. Just how is it that you people...
Florida, right?
Yeah, Dadmaster quit Melee because his local scene was 8 Falcos, a Sheik, and like a Fox.
Good.
And he wanted to play Young Link. And like, they all trash talk. That's what they do.
Going.
I think at most points it goes a little bit beyond trash talk.
William Holmes. You knocked my mouse off of my desk.
Oh, that sound was the cat.
Yes.
Damn, Ark fucking hates
Good job,
get
baby.
Ark, I just learned Ark hates get up. I thought you like slammed your controller.
Oh.
I was like, bro.
Yo, what's up,
We were
boy?
just talking about mentality like 10 seconds ago.
Dude, I'm incapable of throwing this controller. Plus, it's the only one in existence, so like I really can't. Not the only one, like maybe one of 9.
Still very...
Get him attack! Mah! I'm a legend. Okay, so now what do I do there?
I don't know. That seemed like a pretty good option to me. I'm not gonna lie.
You still lost, but I did think it was that.
Okay.
I'm not a Fox Falcon expert. It seems like crouch cancel the up. Crouch cancel the up air.
No, the Discord stream.
Yeah.
I tried.
Almost looked like you were gonna live that. Bro, I hate this character so much.
Ah. Wizzy?
Absolutely incredible.
That's a
interaction.
clip.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I tried. I did my best.
You tried. Dude, up throw, up smash, up smash. Tilts the shit out of me, man.
Fair enough.
What is that?
You gotta take away.
Foxes don't get to complain about anything ever. There are people that actually think that character deserves sympathy.
God damn.
Dude, I hate that character so much. Because I will just openly admit, I don't play Fox. I hate Fox. Like, I pick that character
You
up.
actually never said that you hate.
I will play Fox, right?
I'm being sarcastic.
And I'm gonna fucking lose like an absolute chump because my Fox sucks. And yet, I'm still capable of doing the Fox stuff. This is great. This is great.
Martha's broken, dude. Martha's broken. I wasn't trying to make fun of it for the record. I just thought. Yeah. DJ hates my Marth. Ooh, nice tech. It didn't work out, but the tech was nice. Oh god, he's all over me. Yeah. Help me.
Oh my lord, man.
I love
Right?
Marth's movement. Like Marth's grounded movement is kind of fun. I feel like he's slippery. That's like the only way I
I
know what
can't get a handle on Marth. It's too many sour hits, no tippers, crappy grab follow-ups, and like, you got people like Krill that make it look like it's super sick. Falco.
That's Nictavius. For the record, the Nictavius is calling out something. Yoshi's. You were invincible. I couldn't do. I didn't know what to do. Help me.
Bro. I hate this character.
Fox or North?
I hate them all. I hate
Every
Melee.
character sucks.
This is an I hate Melee day.
Damn. That was an accident.
Bro.
Help, help, help.
Okay. That was a nice hack dash. Redacted dash, sorry.
We're dashing. I tried to come on. Help,
Nailed it.
help. I'm just a little boy with a crown. Only Falcon would beat someone with a sword in a fist fight. I can do this.
That's why we love him.
Mm.
That's not a laser.
It's not here.
Haha, bodied. Percent.
I don't know what to do. I don't know my Marth Falcon gameplay. Stay out of my zone. Stay out of my zone. Stay out of my zone. I'm dead. Oh, I'm not. Help me. Just get hit. I can't believe I teched that. I didn't know that was possible. I don't know what to do. I mixed them up. I didn't forward smash for once. That was funny.
God.
That. Ah.
Oh my god. Stop get up attacking, Arcanist.
That was a little risky. Risk reward is slightly.
My autopilot does
risk.
not give a shit about risk versus reward. My autopilot has a permanent tab open to giphycat.com, and he is just waiting to generate a new link.
Sure, I guess like red. Just yeet me away.
Yeah, Wispy.
I almost did an edge guard correctly. Oh shit.
Damn it.
I'm not gonna LP, I'm up 3 stocks to 1. I'm gonna let you die.
I'm dead.
No,
So are
what?
you. You suck. Lamau, get bodied.
Oosh. Terrible one.
What the fuck? Okay.
Dude, fuck Mark, dude. Fuck Mark. Nice. Good stuff, good stuff. No.
Doesn't
I do that
matter.
all the I hate that air dodge. I do that all the time. So annoying. Like I just want to air dodge on stage. If I can just be like ultimate. The one time I want something to be like ultimate.
One singular time.
Who would be the most obnoxious? I think it would be Sheik if you could snap to ledge out of air dodge.
Maybe. I can see it.
I can't think of any immediate reasons to refute that.
Ah! How famous could I get if I wanted to be the XQC of Melee?
You want juicers, dude?
About as popular as Bobby Bitballs, I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
It's just a bit,
try
bro.
to
It's just a bit. It's just a bit. He's really funny. It's just a bit.
And the
Someone who
tech
knows
just to rub it in.
Apex and knows the legends, who should I get, Mirage or Seer? I like Seer because it has 4 letters, and 4 is my favorite number. Thus concludes my scientific analysis.
I think Seer's a good pick.
Ah! What did you just keep down tilting there? What?
CC is too broken. Whoopsie, goodbye. Oh, I lived. Let's go. The down tilt didn't work. How? Fuck. Did I just crouch under your uppy?
Yes.
Lit.
Bro, who shields that?
What did you try to do?
I
I honestly don't remember.
It was like a short hop back air that you like reaction perfect shielded.
Oh, I didn't mean to. Don't even remember the interaction with honest. Sometimes my brain just goes into a state and I can't remember the melee. Okay. Save me. Goodbye.
And $10 on Mirage.
I'm dead. Oh god, this is Zane's nightmare.
Dude.
I'm dead. I don't know how to edge guard. Someone help me. I'm scared. Fuck Marth, dude. I hate Marth. Not really. I don't really hate any character, but if they're... Be Marth.
For legal reasons, I have to say I don't actually hate Marth.
It's just, I think Marth is sick, but there's sometimes I'm like, oh, come on, why can I do that?
I think he's got some of the highest proclivity to be quote-unquote lame for like the entire cast.
Being a sword character and having the frame data and the coverage that he has.
Dude, why? Why is fucking DI offstage optimal there?
I mean, sometimes that's just the thing, though. Sometimes
there's a lot of things that
DI
you can do
stage is
that are
what I
just
use.
safer because he's at arm's reach.
Yeah, the disjoint is pretty big. Yeah, there are moments in Melee where DI off stage is the right play, so your opponent can't follow up. I mean, it can be risky, like with the mix-up, if I like...
Keeping my stats up, you know? We can't have anybody thinking I'm consistent.
I tried to dare you. Oh.
Arc laser.
True.
Fuck you!
We're scrapping, boys.
Oh my god. Terrible side B.
Thank you. Help me. Someone help. Stay out of my zone. I want to be safe. Wow. Live? Yeah, no way.
Jesus.
I was trying to live.
That did not look like you were trying to live.
I wanted to land on stage. I just
Please
fucked up real
choose
bad.
to live.
Should have just double dipped.
Because they tried to do me dirty right back. Nice. Ooh, that was really nice. God damn. My Mark, I'm gonna not play Mark after this game. I can't let anyone see how disgusting this is.
I'm not
Fucking
gonna
forward
play
smasher.
Marth after this game so that nobody sees how bad this is, as I have beaten you in every game so far.
Oh, the best
He
of
says
one.
See anymore.
with a 100% win rate on his Marth.
The best of one. It's just because I'm just spamming forward smash so much. This is not who I am.
Does anyone play
Not a-
Apex or might want to play in the future? I do not think there's anybody in this crowd that plays Apex. We are not really a battle royale family here.
Yeah, I've tried a couple battle royales and it's
I did
really my thing.
PUBG, and boy howdy, I hope I never have to play PUBG ever again.
I forget the name of it, but I've played that Magic one.
Spellforge, right?
At the games. No. Spell.
Oh, damn.
No! 98% win rate!
Dude, it's literally
Spell break.
one out of
That's what it was.
What was it?
Spell break.
Oh shit. Ah, told me.
Oh, that was it! Yeah!
Let's go, H-Box. Michael, anyone?
Oh, I'm so mad! I'm so...
No, you read this one, Dodge, help me. My zone, stay out of my zone. Oh. Oh.
There's also 3v3 arenas, but still I just want to play with someone.
I changed my mind. It's called Foxy.
I don't think I'm going to be downloading Apex anytime soon.
I want to say it's on my hard drive for like the one time I said I might try it with Eli. I bet he started and stopped playing Apex in its entirety before I played a single game.
Ouch.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, good stuff.
I was like, I better get this one. Thank you, gentlemen.
Live.
No. Nice
Should
percent,
be
though.
down a little bit.
I'll be back in a minute.
H-box anyone? Fuck.
This seems cancerous for Falcon. Like, I feel like I should die the second I get thrown off stage. You dead? Holy.
Never mind. Falcon's favorite. Help. 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 Watchbox? Watchbox? Oh. I was reading a roll. Let's roll, dude. Come on.
How?
Dude, you went for the none. You went for it all right there.
And you would have just double jumped meteor canceled it. Like.
Oh.
What? What is this character?
Run away.
Dude, no.
Oh, I wanted something crazy. Pipe. Oh my god, dude. Bro. Chill, dude. You almost did it again. I was camping ledge. Leave me alone. There's not a good space for you. Do I dare? Oh. No, I just want to use. What are these other moves you're using? Jeez.
That's the arcade. Arcanist.
Pop off stage so much.
Aww. Aw, I thought I was actionable way before that. Where was my other B button? No.
I tried to land on stage.
Ah.
Fuck. I want it so bad.
Oh my god.
I can make it. Oh, I tried to test, goddamn. Finally, goddamn. I'm trying to get that for a while. No! Help. Yeah.
Where's my edge?
Oh yeah. I'm not trying to rotate on you. Now I'm set. I'm settled in.
I'm back.
Oh.
Listen, if I'm an attention check, I'm gonna shut the stream off, alright?
Good luck.
Okay. The stream is the tension.
Oh my god. I thought that was gonna end badly for you.
I have killed myself in those situations many times. Okay. You better die.
He's just like sheep. Oh,
Yeah.
that works. Wild game so far. Oh, that was a sick down tilt.
Oh,
That was a sick down tilt because you couldn't tech. It just looked cool. It probably wasn't actually good at all. The fact that it looks cool is all I need. Nope. Oh no. Good drop zone.
not expecting to live that.
He's there. Say goodbye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Nope. I think it. I shouldn't say I fucked up. You outplayed me to recovery. That's what I should say.
God damn, dude.
Ooh. Oh my god.
Bro, Sidon.
No. It's Dreamland. Live. I forgot I'm not Sheik, so I went to like full hop fair you, and I'm like, wait, I'm Doug. That's not how you kill Falcon. Nice tag. Or Falcon. I'm coming. I'm coming.
I'll add that to my game plan. That's a really good way of getting Dr. Mario at knockdown percent on FD.
I feel like you're mocking me a little bit right now. I feel attacked. I was just trying to help you, bro. Look, you're fucking winning. You're welcome.
Be grateful.
Isn't there a saying like "be grateful, not hateful"? Did I make that up? Or did someone say something along those lines? Honestly, can't remember. Oh shit! Get fucked. Ah. Fuck.
Oh, my shine. Get fucked.
Got him.
Got him with that
That's
kill though.
so bad
That
for
8%
Doc.
was earned.
Alright, thanks for stopping in, boy doy.
Oh.
See you later.
Fair enough, fair enough.
I'm just gonna sit here and I'm gonna crouch. And I'm not gonna do anything else.
Oh, what? My Doc's not good enough? I'm gonna fuck up this
What,
game.
my Roy's not good enough?
You're right, you're right, you're right. You got me, you got me. I'm sorry, Please stop hitting me.
Be grateful, not hateful. Alright?
I'm gonna camp the shit out of you. 69, I should have known.
You can't approach at that percent. Ow. Alright. So you had to knock off the buff, and then I was good as dead, you know? How do you react to fucking get up attack like that?
Oh, it was a read. I didn't react. I just had a feeling you were gonna get up attack, so I shielded in advance. Oh my god, my life just flashed before my eyes.
Fucking had that.
I knew you were gonna do it, but I somehow got shield poked. I would have bet my life savings that you were gonna walk behind me.
Bro, what the fuck is Roy's ledge grab?
Oh, you just crouched it like a man, dude. I shouldn't gender that. Like a person that crouches fair. I went to liberal arts school. My fiance, so when we first met, I had a bad habit of using the word pussy all the time to describe people. Just like
Oh
for funsies.
no.
And she wasn't like against it, but she would just be like, I just say it like it just be a two of us. Just fucking pussy.
Oh.
And she'd just look at me and just be like, why is that wrong?
Whoa, why is that wrong?
She was like, tell me, why is it wrong? I had to give her like an explanation for why it was wrong.
I've heard like not only that, but it's so funny the context that pussy is used. The word pussy is used to describe somebody weak, not strong, right? It is a strength-based pejorative term. And yet, like, I have heard a half a dozen comedians go on a rant of how strong that body part physically, biologically, and chemically is. Okay? And again, on the opposite end of the spectrum, we say, oh man, that dude's got balls, which frankly should mean you're so sensitive that you cry within a slight impact.
Well, it's not that you are balls, it's just that you have.
Again,
I feel like you should call someone
you're
balls.
very protective and have a very fragile ego, is having balls.
Got him.
Like,
This dude is testicles right now. He is soft. Oh no, I was not prepared for this. My Pikachu is nasty for like a day.
I will grab mash you one of these days. Oh, come on! I had it! The strong hit beat the projectile! No! As soon as you hit me with that nair, I'm up. Please, 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 no. Again, making sure that my stats are up there. I'm not about to let somebody take my spot on the SD leaderboard. Oh my god!
I'll tell you, my Pikachu is nasty for like a day and a half. I have some stuff. If I can back throw a Falco, I have like a 50% chance of hitting an edge guard. That's a nice thing about playing Sheik is like, I've gotten really good at edge guard flowcharts. So if I pick up a character and I know generally like what the flowchart should look like, I can hit it like a decent amount of time. Don't know how to edge guard dog. Pikachu. Going there? Oh my god. Oh my god, these capes are wild.
I love Cave. Yo? It was like last frame of that hitbox.
Also, wait, where do you live? Our ping is crazy low.
Redacted?
Oh, true, sorry.
Yeah, just say that on stream for chat and for the VOD, please.
What
Thanks.
region? Are you in like around? You're around Boston, I think. Right?
Yeah, Greater Boston.
Okay.
I also have fiber, so.
Fair enough. I wasn't looking for your address, but just for the record.
I know, but it's still like, such a question. Where do you live?
I forgot we were on stream.
Dude, we're in.
I got excited because I didn't know.
I have been reading to chat and speaking to some other third party not in this voice channel for the last 3.5 hours. You are in a voice channel entitled Live on Twitch. I don't know how else to fucking make this obvious to you people. This is not the first time, nor will it be the last time that somebody's like, oh, I didn't know we were streaming. What didn't, where are you missing these clues?
I obviously knew we were streaming. I just forgot for a second that we were streaming. Chill, my guy.
I'm losing my
I just
fucking
get excited
mind here.
because I'm like, oh, someone lives close to me, potentially.
Yeah, like all the times earlier where he was talking about the fact that he lives in Boston in terms of traveling to venues.
I bet, yeah, I was curious.
Skipped over that part.
That's why I was.
He was lame and complaining, so just whatever.
It's why I was confused, because I was like, wait, because I'm not that close to the Boston area. Because I live in Redacted.
Bodied, I think.
I think.
Can you just get hit on the gun? There you go.
Now he's doing preemptive mix-ups.
Fuck.
He's gonna fucking mash. Aw, you're grab first. You hate to see it. Oh. You're still probably gonna win.
Not true. You just beat my Pikachu and Doc.
Yeah, because I'm good with Doc.
Pichu is the low tier that I want to pick up.
Roy is my low tier.
He's just so cute. How could you not? Look at him.
Yo, reverse.
Okay. Looking like my Pikachu right now.
Oh. Oh.
Alright, goodbye.
That was weird and kind of cool. Oh!
That's not the same as Pikachu's down smash. I'll just walk away. He's sleeping. Leave me alone. Leave me be. He's just a boy. He's sleeping. Dang.
I'm pretty sure that was the soft hit. No, it might have been Tipper reverse hit. Tipper first hit is like a stupid knockback.
Game and watch.
Oh, Jesus. Use me. Use me! Okay.
Both taunts.
I'm gonna say, you just double taunted on me.
Well, no, technically I did two.
Oh, I know there were two different taunts.
So it's not like I double taunted in the sense that I did the same taunts twice. I tried to shield it. That was a horrible idea. Nope.
What? Okay. What? Whoa!
That's wild. Okay, I'm gonna go Marth again. We have to live with this pain. That is my forward smashing Marth. Sorry, I didn't forward smash there. Okay. I tricked you. I
Was
did
an
the
up
up
tilt
tilt
to get me off stage? You're disgusting
Yeah.
and fraudulent.
That was the trick. That was the mix-up, because I didn't forward smash once.
Dude.
That Okay, sorry. I'll play seriously now. Ooh, okay.
Oh my god! That's why I hate Fox. That's why I hate Fox so much.
I'll get it one of these days. Ooh, I'm bad.
Melee lies.
Fox, up there, up air? Yeah,
What?
hell yeah, dude. Up Fox.
Cool.
Fox gives it to you and then he takes it away.
I'm gonna get one.
Can he outspace it a third time? Whoopsie. Fair enough, fair enough. Help me.
Oh, I missed my fucking buttons. Bro, what are these fucking hippers right now?
Am I Mark main? Just getting these random ass turn. Oh my god. These up smashes though? Fox main? Fox main?
I'm already a spacey
Fox
man.
main? Nares into Mars grabs.
Bro. No way. Dude. The most spaghetti combo I've ever seen.
I believe you did.
And it worked.
I'm amazing. I'm dead.
Bro, what the hell?
I don't want to talk about it.
Bro, oh my god. Good.
Fuck. What?
What do I do against that dude besides eat 50%?
I honestly don't know. Only one way to find out is if I keep spamming it.
Okay, I'm just gonna keep taking 50%.
I don't know. When I play friendlies, I if I'm losing to an option, I get really stupid. And I'm like, I'm literally gonna keep trying to beat this. I don't care if I lose 20 million stocks. And eventually I figure it out, but it's like 10 games later. I've lost like 20 stocks trying to beat it.
Okay, I'm just dead. No!
I tried to meteor cancel. ulti. The disjointed hitboxes are crazy. I was talking to someone in my lab who Ultimate, and you're saying how, in terms of sword characters, it's really just Marth at the top and Melee.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird compared to like Ultimate, where there are like a lot of different sword characters. It's just interesting.
I've made this very bad for
They added
myself.
a lot of swords. Most
Or,
of
like,
which
good-
are
they're-
also Fire Emblem.
Yeah, true. But Ultimate also has a lot of like good swords, you know, as opposed to like Melee, which has like Roy, Marth and Roy, and then Link and
Yeah.
Young Link technically sword characters, but usually I think of them as projectile manners.
Yeah, there's a lot more bomb play with them than specific sword movements. Like calling Peach a swordy because she smacks you with a golf club.
Wait, I actually love that. Peach, your sword character confirmed. She's like a sword character. How games?
Tennis racket's a disjoint, right?
I have no idea. Ian's the expert.
On one
on
move.
Peach Force Smash.
F smash.
A lot
Grounded.
of things, but especially Peach Smash.
Does the crown count as a disjoint?
You're not a fast faller.
Rippy. I
Ah,
like these. Damn, I like the text though. These are sick.
my stage techs are pretty good. This is one thing that's genuinely received some progression over the years.
He's especially important with Falcon. Oh, I'm dead.
Oh, that up tilt. Oh, that C stick. The C stick. Oh, the purple button.
Did someone say D-stick?
What the fuck? Oh my lord. That was 30%.
Yeah, Martha's I've died at the tippers at like 25. It feels rough.
What do the Marth players feel like? You know, like it's like, yeah, I deserve this. Like, yeah, that was sick.
Fuck. I'm like, God, I didn't deserve that.
Dude, I feel bad killing a Falco below 50. Like,
oh, I have no mercy for Falcos. I'm not going. but Marthwards.
The truth come out.
Sorry, I've been exposed. Good thing I didn't say where I live.
I mean, that's cap. That's cap.
Nothing has made me more. There's nothing in life I was more confident in the fact that you're about to Falcon Punch. I was like, I know he's about to jump out.
just, you see him, and there's like a little bit of smoke coming out of my ears, you know? Like, the gears are turning.
Just get hit by one. I'm begging. I'm dead. Oh god. I'm scared.
Oh my god!
The tennis grunts make it better. Like, Ooh, I like this slide off. Ooh. Accidental. Fuck. Oh. Oh.
Yes!
Pops off when his opponent SD.
Yeah!
Sheesh.
Do you have any idea how many more SDs I have in the books compared to you? Yes, I'm gonna celebrate every time you throw yourself off stage.
God damn. You're gonna be so good against Marth F Smash after today. I tried.
Oh, that's bad. Never mind, you suck.
Alright.
I'm sorry.
God damn. God damn. Alright, this is the part of Someone's getting F smash.
Arkin is toxic?
I'm so toxic. It's my charming personality and boyish smile which distracts from the fact. How did you read that? Ow.
You took it? Okay. Yes, it worked.
Did it?
Damn, I didn't think you would die. Yeah, I tried to up so you would up the into me. Oh, okay. Oh wait, I think we desynced.
We How did we desync?
I forward smashed you and you stomped off stage. Rippy.
Bro, where do you live? Our connection's so good.
Hey, we've been playing for a while.
Desyncs happen for a number of reasons. It's not connection based.
I was like, how do I play this? Oh yeah, right, I shouldn't spike.
I hate this game. I hate this game.
Oh,
I hate this game. I USD'd and I hate this game a little less, and then nah, game gotta remind me that's not how you're supposed to feel.
Fair enough. That was almost sick. Fair enough.
Die, please. Thank you. That was very ambitious.
Nice.
Scuffing them J's. on.
Fair enough, fair enough. I fucked around and I found out.
Tech chase?
How do I get out of this again? Oh, there you go. I think I can only play a couple more.
Agreed.
At some point. Okay. Nice. Oh wow. That was a wild up there. Oh, damn.
Randall!
69 magic. Randall almost saved me. Fuck it. No. No.
That's what you get for that stupid fucking laser.
I
Okay?
didn't mean to,
Only I
dude.
get to do those lasers.
I didn't even mean to. That was an accident. Would have been swaggy as fuck though.
And now you understand why I do them. Okay? Like, imagine. Imagine.
Yeah, fair enough. Oh man.
Alright, I think this will be my last one.
Smoky, smoky. Oh, I'm dead. Guess I deserve that.
Oh, my side B.
Yeah, that would have been nasty if you got this right. Yeah. GG's.
GG's.
GG's. Connection. I saw that.
Yeah.
Goddamn. But you live so close. Where do you live again? Anyway.
Redacted.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no, thanks for being on.
I'll catch you later. Peace out.
Later.
See you later.
Well, it's about that time.
You're
Thanks for tuning in, everybody.